Mira allá, mira el quemado.
哪个凶？
从哪叫呢？啊。Esa mierda, marico. Puta, marico. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Que no se cierre. Que no se cierre, que no se cierre. Si se cierra nos quedamos afuera.
¿Quieres la forma de abrir?
No. Hay que bajar.
¿Ah?
Hay que bajar. Y volver a subir.
Abajo, yo seguro.
¿Y Juan?
¿Ah?
¿Y Juan?
Yo mando el like aquí.
Ok. El cable de memoria te mandó eso.
News from Venezuela. At least 7 explosions and low-flying aircraft were heard at 2 a.m. local time on Saturday in the country's capital of Caracas. This comes amid tensions between the governments of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and U.S. President Donald Trump. It's not clear yet what caused the explosions, but videos circulating on social media show smoke columns. An air raid warning was sounded. People in several neighborhoods rushed to the street. Telecommunication has been partially disrupted, with power outages in southern parts of the city confirmed. According to local media reports, explosions have also been heard at a military base in Maracaibo, as well as at an airport in the northern states of La Guaira and Miranda. Venezuela's government has not yet responded to a request for comment. Trump administration officials, meanwhile, are aware of reports of explosions and aircraft over Caracas. We will monitor this situation and bring you updates as they become available. And for the latest developments, let's go live to our special correspondent, Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza, editor of Orinoco Tribune. He's joining us on the line. Hello there. So bring us up to date.
Yes, what you say is pretty accurate. Around 2 a.m. in the morning today, at least in the part of Caracas where we are located, the electricity went down. There was an electricity blackout. And immediately after that, aircraft noises, not familiar aircraft noises, but not very close, but in the distance, and explosions also in the distance. Were here immediately after the blackout. I have to tell you that I live in all downtown Caracas, in the south of downtown Caracas, and I didn't have. I have line of sight to the presidential palace of Miraflores, and there were not explosions or something like that to be seen there from this, at least from this side of Caracas where we are located. But we hear several explosions for the span of an hour, I believe, less than an hour, like 40 minutes, explosions and aircraft noises that we hear coming from the north. That I believe is what you just said about explosions strikes in La Guaira state, which is north of Caracas. And we also hear explosions in the south of where we are located, where the Fuerte Tuna military complex is located. And looking at social media videos, it's clear that there were explosions, strikes against La Carlota military base, at least in Caracas, and also against Fuerte Tuna military complex in south east Caracas. And the video shows scary images of strikes and explosions in areas of the military complex where some people believe are secure locations for President Maduro.
Thank you so much for all the updates. Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza, editor of Orinoco Tribune, with the latest on the ground. And just a quick updates there. The country, Venezuela, has just announced a state of emergency for the country, and we will keep you updated when more details become available. And that's all we have for now on The World Today. I'm Jia Cheng, Beijing. I'll speak to you soon.
Mira, que están en tu teléfono, ¿no?
breaking news this hour, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has declared a state of emergency for the country, calling on his people to mobilize and defeat imperialist aggression. This comes as CBS reports that U.S. President Donald Trump has ordered strikes on targets across the country. Venezuela has condemned what it calls aggression by the U.S. on its territory and population in the civilian and military areas of the city of Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. Several large explosions and low-flying aircraft were witnessed at 2 a.m. there on Saturday local time in the capital Caracas. Parts of the two cities' southern area near a major military base were reported without electricity.
No lo he revisado, está en la bolsa. Yo te lo di con los cables, la línea y todo eso. Ok, todo eso estará ahí. Ok, listo. Mira, tú me mandaste memoria. Tú me mandaste memoria, Juanito. No, no, habían dos memorias en la cámara. Yo tengo una, pero que no sé si la aguanta esta cámara. No hay ninguna. Yo las había dejado, pero no hay ninguna. Dale, dale, Juan, sí. Vuelve, vuelve.
And for the latest development of U.S. strikes in Venezuelan capital, let's go live to Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza, editor of Orinoco Tribune in Caracas. Hello, Jesus. So bring us up to date.
Hi, Compass. Everything has been, at least for the last hour and a half, has come quiet again. We haven't heard more explosions in Caracas or aircraft sounds, at least in the part of Caracas where we are located in downtown Caracas, in the south downtown Caracas. We didn't see explosions. We have a clear line of sight to the Miraflores Palace, and we didn't see any explosions coming from the Miraflores Palace. But looking to videos and social media footage, it's very clear that there were explosions in Caracas, at least in La Carlota military base in eastern Caracas, and in Fuerte Tiuna military complex, which is in southeast Caracas.
Well, CBS reports that U.S. President Donald Trump ordered the strikes on sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. How has the Venezuelan government responded?
A few minutes ago, the Venezuelan government really released a communique informing us Venezuelans that we are facing U.S. military strikes, and the intention of this strike, of course, is to provoke a regime change and have access to Venezuelan natural resources, especially oil. In that communique, also the government announced that an exception decree was signed by President Maduro for a state of external commotion, which is something that the Venezuelan government announced early in August of September, when the U.S. began threatening military attacks against Venezuela. So right now, that decree is signed and enforced.
Okay, thank you for the update. Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza in Caracas with the latest.
Manuel.
Ese LU
LU
6. Ajá, sería APLDLU06.
Ujú, ujú.
No, no, mosca, mosca, mosca.
Tomando.
Bueno, mira, Andrea, ya te montado. Dale, 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 sí.
Ahí tienes. Ahí está listo.
No, no, todavía no. Espérate, primero.
No está muy arriba, digamos.
fields and ports. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has declared a state of emergency, calling on his people to mobilize and defeat imperialist aggression. This comes as CBS reports that U.S. President Donald Trump has ordered strikes on targets across the country. Venezuela has condemned what it calls aggression by the U.S. on its territory and population in the civilian and military areas of the city of Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. Several large explosions and low-flying aircraft were witnessed at 2 a.m. Saturday local time in the capital, Caracas. Parts of the city's southern area near a major military base were reported without electricity. As I just mentioned, CBS reports that Trump ordered strikes on a number of targets, that's including military ones in Venezuela. And for more, let's go live to our reporter Nick Harper in Washington. Hello, Nick. So what has the U.S. government said so far?
So we're still waiting for an official response from the US government. As of a few moments ago, the White House, the US President Donald Trump, the State Department and the Pentagon had not officially commented on these strikes. But as you mentioned, there is reporting from US networks and other agencies by unofficial channels that the US was behind these strikes, including from Reuters reporting a few moments ago from an unnamed US official saying that the United States had carried out strikes inside Venezuela. And as you mentioned also, as well as those explosions heard in Caracas, 3 other locations in Venezuela, there have reportedly been strikes in those parts. Venezuela has also put out statements, and we've been hearing from the President Nicolas Maduro, in which they are firmly blaming all of this on the United States. A statement from the Venezuelan government saying that it rejects, condemns and denounces what it's called very serious military aggression that's been carried out by the US government. We've also been hearing from the neighboring country of Colombia. The president there has also been speaking out. Gustavo Petro has said that the US has been bombing with missiles, and he has called for an immediate response from the Organization of American States and also calling for an emergency meeting at the United Nations in New York later today. Still waiting official word from the US government, but we are already seeing on social media various calls from campaign groups in the United States demanding protests outside the White House and in New York City later on today. At the moment, it is the middle of the night, about 3:30 in the morning. Those calls for protests, anti-war protests, will likely gather pace in the coming hours as Americans begin to wake up. And of course, as I mentioned, still waiting an official response from the US government to say whether or not it was behind these strikes.
Okay, thank you for the update. Nick Harper reporting from Washington, and do keep us posted.
estamos aquí.
¿Cómo?
Mira allá, mira el quemado.
哪个凶？
从哪叫呢？啊。Esa mierda, marico. Puta, marico. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We begin with breaking news. U.S. airstrikes on Venezuela have now ended. The strikes in critical areas, including the capital Caracas, lasted about 1 hour. Targets that came under attack included the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense, military, airfields, and ports. President Nicolas Maduro has declared the state of emergency, calling on his people to mobilize and defeat imperialist aggression. CBS News reports U.S. President Donald Trump ordered the strikes on Venezuela. Venezuela has condemned what it calls aggression by the United States on its territory and population in the civilian and military areas of the city of Caracas and the states of Mirena, Arigua, and La Guaira. Several large explosions and low-flying aircraft were also seen 2 a.m. Saturday local time in Caracas. Parts of the city's southern area near a major military base were reported without electricity. All right, for the very latest, we go live to Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza in Caracas. Hello there, Jesus. So bring us up to date.
What you just say is pretty accurate. We, at least in the area of Caracas where we are located, which is south downtown Caracas, we hear from around 2 a.m. until 2:50 a.m. Unfamiliar aircraft noises and not close to us, far away, but also explosions, strikes, also in the distance. The most important ones that we felt were in the north of us, in La Guaira state, and also south of us, which might be in Fuerte Tiuna military complex. Since 2:50 a.m., the situation seems to be, becoming normal again. No explosion or aircraft noises, and the Venezuelan government released this statement that you mentioned before, calling the Venezuelan people to defend the country, and also announcing the signing of a foreign commotion executive emergency decree that was signed by President Maduro immediately after the strike, as he announced at the beginning of the U.S. threat back in August.
Jesus, how has the Venezuelan government responded to the attacks?
I mean, I believe that this first statement is pretty solid. It's good that the government is informing us about what is happening, where it happened, and about the emergency decree. And in terms of military, we didn't see a military response, anti-aircraft artillery happening in Venezuela during these attacks. But I'm pretty sure that the Venezuelan government is exercising maximum caution, because we don't want to escalate a military, enter into war with the U.S., which is the biggest military power in the world. So I believe that the government is exercising extreme caution, if you ask me.
All right, thank you so much for your reporting from Caracas. We'll definitely keep you updated. All right, for more reactions from the United States, we go live to our Nick Hopper in Washington, D.C. Good to see you, Nick. So how has the U.S. government said so far?
Well, we're still waiting for official word from the US government, but various different news agency and US networks are reporting that Donald Trump ordered these strikes on Venezuela. One official telling CBS News, speaking under the condition of anonymity, that the president ordered strikes on various sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. And as we've seen, the largest military complex inside Caracas, the capital itself, there have been explosions, fires currently taking place. It seems as if that was one of the locations that the US president has targeted. And of course, this comes off the back of months of escalating rhetoric from the United States. Donald Trump on multiple occasions suggesting that he was ready to carry out strikes on Venezuela, and that coming after we have seen these strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the area around Venezuela, a couple of extra strikes happening in just the last 48 hours with 8 extra people killed. But we have seen attempts, I guess, just even in the last few days from the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela to try and extend an olive branch. The Venezuelan president saying that he was ready for talks with the United States whenever and wherever they wanted, saying that he would be happy to engage in talks about drug smuggling, but also looking at the possibility of offering US companies access to Venezuelan oil. It's really a question of what happens next. Are these limited strikes against the Venezuelan government, not just in Caracas, but in 3 other sites across Venezuela, or will there now be increased US military activity against the country? Of course, the US president up until now has denied that any action the US would take was not about trying to affect regime change, that he was not looking to remove Nicolas Maduro. But there have been some within his own government, including his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, who has suggested differently, that that really is the end game here for the United States, to change who is in control of the country. As I mentioned, still waiting for an official word from the US government. We may hear from the US president later in the day. It's still the middle of the night here in Washington. But of course, Donald Trump may post something on social media, as he likes to do, or we may get official word from the Pentagon at some point in the coming hours.
So, Nick, as we wait for the official announcement, as you mentioned, from the White House, I want to follow up on, you must have been talking to U.S. journalists and U.S. citizens there. So how have they responded to the attack?
Well, in terms of citizens, there's certainly been growing disquiet amongst the US public about the possibility of the United States not just carrying out military action, but potentially entering into war with another country, including people from within Donald Trump's own party, his Make America Great Again movement, very much the right-wing faction of his party. They themselves have been very much against this. They believe that his America First idea, that agenda, is about not attacking other countries. And of course, the US president himself has portrayed himself as the president of peace. He has said that during 2025, he was able to end 8 conflicts around the world. This, of course, would run counter with that image of a president of peace, instead carrying out military action against another country.
All right. Thank you so much, Nick, for your reporting from Washington, D.C. We'll definitely keep you updated. All right, for more insights, we're joined by Professor Jiang Shixue. He's the director of the Center of Latin American Studies at Shanghai University. Thank you so much for joining us on CGTN, Professor. So President Nicolas Maduro has declared a state of emergency, describing it as a battle against imperialist aggression. How would you assess the nature of the current crises?
Well, I would say the nature of this kind of crisis is simply an imperialist aggression against a sovereign nation such as Venezuela. Well, you know, in 1989, the U.S. sent troops to Panama to capture its leader. And now we are going to see if the U.S. will send the ground troops into Venezuela to capture Maduro. I doubt it. But, well, this kind of imperialist aggression should be resisted by the United Nations or by the international law. And happily, I'm going to say that Colombia has just taken up the seat of a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. Hopefully, Colombia will suggest that the UN Security Council will have a kind of a meeting condemning this kind of imperialist action against Venezuela. So let's see what will happen in the next few days.
Professor, Venezuela claims the ultimate goal of the attack is to seize control of its oil and mineral resources. So from a strategic and historical perspective, how does this event align with the long-standing tensions between the United States and Venezuela over resource sovereignty and political influence in the region?
Well, I think I can answer your question in 2 dimensions. Politically speaking, as you know, since 1999, when Chavez came to power, so Venezuela has been a kind of just doing a kind of foreign policy of anti-U.S. imperialists. So the U.S. is not very happy about Venezuela in its backyard. So the U.S. just wants to do some kind of regime change, okay? And economically speaking, as you said just now, that Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, and because of its nationalist policies imposed by the Chavez government as well as the Maduro government, so the U.S. companies have been kept out of its oil field. So the U.S. is not happy at all. And there's only one American oil company still operating in Venezuela. So I believe that Trump wants to see this kind of return of the American oil company to the oil sector in Venezuela, because these two countries are so close, and Venezuela has lots of oil fields. So that's the so-called economic purpose. But you have to do it in a legal way. So I hope that the United Nations will do something to stop this kind of military action against Venezuela.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Jiang Shixue, for sharing with us your insights. We really appreciate it. Yemen's southern separatist movement
Jesus, welcome to the program, sir. Thank you for joining us here on The World Today. Well, he is joining us live from Caracas. Sir, what is the very latest at this hour? And reports are emerging that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured by the U.S. What do we know so far?
We might be at this moment in front of a disinformation campaign, launched by the U.S. government in order to push President Maduro to commit the tiniest mistake in order to kill him. That's our theory about what is happening right now after, the U.S. released this information about the kidnapping of President Maduro and his wife. We have this theory because just a few minutes ago, our Minister of Defense had a press conference where he informed about what is happening, and he basically first, he didn't show any sign of being nervous, and he didn't mention anything about this alleged kidnapping of President Maduro. Also on social media, some, high-ranked Venezuelan officials have been sending messages letting the people know that President Maduro and his wife are safe and sound in Caracas. So at this moment, we call it the hora loca, the hour of misinformation, and anything might be happening by our guest. Our theory is that maybe the U.S. is just pushing for the tiniest mistake for President Maduro and his entourage in order to find a way to really kill him, which is what they really try if you look carefully at the videos that have been spreading in social media about the strikes in Fuerte Tuna complex in Caracas.
Well, Mr. Jesus, in light of what you've just said, what has been the reaction from the people from the latest strikes and the explosions and, of course, the statements you've just mentioned here?
This thing happened just when everyone was sleeping. And there has not been too much mobilization. Actually, right now in Caracas, it's still dark. We are at 6 a.m. in the morning here, so everything is like in intense calm, if you want to ask me. But if you read too much mainstream media, you might believe that there's a lot of people in the streets celebrating the kidnapping of President Maduro, and that is not happening, mainly because mainstream media misrepresent extremely badly what happened in Venezuela and the support that Chavismo has and President Maduro has among the people. And it's important to say that even in the case of the kidnapping of President Maduro, we have constitutional norms that allowed the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, to become the President of Venezuela in the case of the absence of President Maduro. So the continuity of the Bolivarian Revolution is not at stake, if you ask me.
All right, and finally, before we let you go, how do you think Venezuela, the country, will respond to this right now?
I believe that we are going to keep, keeping, exceptional restraint in order to avoid an escalation. That was the Venezuelan government has been doing for several months already. And because we don't need to enter into war with the U.S., we don't want to enter into war with the U.S., but I will tell you that if the U.S. decide to escalate this and send troops and put troops on the ground in Venezuela, they will face hell on earth, if you ask me.
All right, let's leave it there. Mr. Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza, thank you so much for your insight and analysis. We also have another correspondent waiting to speak to us. Nick Harper is joining us live from Washington, D.C. Nick, if you can hear me, thank you for joining us here on The World Today. Nick, Trump has claimed Maduro has been captured. What more can you tell us about this?
That's right, that post from Donald Trump on his Truth Social account coming in the last hour. A few sentences from the US president in which he says that the US had successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, and then went on to report that Nicolas Maduro had been captured along with his wife and they had both been flown out of the country. He said that the operation was carried out in conjunction with US law enforcement, and also said that he would be providing more details later from Mar-a-Lago, where he's currently staying, his residence in Florida. He'll be giving a news conference, he says, at 11 a.m, so in about 6 hours from now. But that post from Donald Trump confirming the news that the US carried out those strikes, but that shocking and surprising news that the US had also captured the leader of Venezuela and his wife and flown them out of the country.
Yeah, that's an important point there. You heard what Mr. Jesus Rodriguez Espinoza had to say. We're hearing some conflicting messages right now. What is the U.S. government explaining exactly what's going on?
Well, there have not been any other official reports or confirmations from any other US government officials. For example, the State Department, the Pentagon are yet to comment on any of these things. But we are hearing from Venezuelans, including the vice president, who is calling for proof of life of Nicolas Maduro, essentially saying to the US, show us the goods. Do you have Nicolas Maduro? And if you do, we want you to prove it. But we have, however, heard from some lawmakers, including the US Senate Armed Services Committee, saying that they were not notified in advance of any potential airstrikes. Senator Brian Schatz, a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, also saying that there was no justification for, his words, war, that the US had no national interests in Venezuela. The US Embassy in Venezuela had earlier said that any US citizens in the country should shelter in place and had advised against travel to the country. The Federal Aviation Authority here in the United States had also banned any commercial air travel within Venezuelan airspace.
Nick Harper, that leads me very nicely to my next question. Talk to us about Trump's goals in Venezuela and the events leading up to these events that we are seeing right now.
Well, in terms of the end goal, up until now, Donald Trump had been denying that his aim was regime change. He had said that he was not looking to remove the head of the country. His post completely contradicts that, saying that the US has flown President Maduro out of Venezuela, removing him from not just the head of the government, but from the country. And we had been hearing in the weeks and months leading up to this, rumblings within the US government, people in Donald Trump's orbit, that essentially that was the end goal, even though the president was not saying it out loud. And we, of course, seen that increase, not just of rhetoric and threats, but of a military presence in the region, the US deploying assets, warships into the region and carrying out airstrikes against alleged drug smuggling boats. All of that was seen as a pressure campaign against Nicolas Maduro. He had even signaled in the last couple of days that he was willing to carry out talks with the US government. However, the US government seems to have contravened all of that, have gone around him and simply removed him, confirming, therefore, if Donald Trump's post is true, that the US all along was looking for regime change in Venezuela.
All right, and Nick, before we let you go, finally, can you give us an idea of how the US media itself are reacting to these strikes?
Well, I think there is a large amount of incredulity that the US has removed a sitting president of another country, removing them from the country. We have already seen various calls from campaign groups trying to organize marches and anti-war demonstrations in the United States, which might manifest in the coming hours when the US begins to wake up. Those potential marches taking place in Washington, D.C., outside the White House, also in New York as well. There had been that concern that the US would carry out military action. That has obviously now happened, but it's really what happens next. Will there be more military action against the country? And where exactly is Nicolas Maduro? Is the United States aiming to fly him here to the US? to stand trial or to have some sort of presence here in the US. All of that is unclear at this stage, but the US President Donald Trump saying that he will provide more details in that press conference in about 6 hours from now.
All right, Nick Harper, thank you so much, reporting live from Washington, D.C., and we're going to keep bringing you updates on this story as it develops. We also have with us Jiang Shi Shui, Professor and Director, Center for Latin American Studies, Shanghai University. He is joining us live via Zoom from Beijing. Welcome to the program. Thank you for joining us. What's your take, sir? And what's your take, sir, on what's happening in Venezuela right now?
Well, this kind of situation is really quite sensitive and dangerous. It is not confirmed if the couple of Maduro has been captured or has been sent to an airplane flying to the U.S. Who knows what is the real story? But anyway, this kind of crisis has a nature of U.S. imperialism against a sovereign nation. And the purpose of the U.S. action is to do a kind of regime change. And also, economically speaking, I believe that the U.S. wants to return to the oil industry in Venezuela because of the so-called nationalization policy imposed by Chavez and Maduro. The U.S. oil companies have left the oil field in Venezuela. So I think this kind of action by the U.S. Is two-dimensional, politically and economically. So let's see what will happen. I believe that no one really is really capable of ruling the country, Venezuela. The opposition is not in a nice position to rule this country. So let's see what will happen in the next few days.
Right, so you say this event is two-dimensional, political and economical. How would you say, sir, that we got here, and what do you think might happen next, most importantly?
Well, I think the crisis might get worse and worse, no matter whether the couple of Maduro has been captured or not. So that means that the countries in the region are going to face an unpeaceful environment. You know, this region has declared itself as a zone of peace. And now this zone of peace has been broken down by the U.S. imperialist action. So this is a tragedy for the people in America.
And Professor, do you find it interesting that this comes right after Maduro had expressed a willingness to talk with the U.S. about the tensions? How do you see the possibility of possibly walking back the events between Venezuela and the U.S. now that it has all come to this?
Well, you know, since 1999, when Chavez came to power, the government of Venezuela has been carrying out a foreign policy of anti-U.S. imperialist. So the U.S. is very angry with this South American country, and the U.S. has been imposing all kinds of sanctions against Venezuela. So the people in Venezuela suffer, and it's reported that quite a few million people have left this country, beautiful country. Well, now the U.S. just wants to see a regime change, but who knows who can really run the country? Okay, so I hope that as a UN Security Council will do something. So I often ask myself, where is the United Nations? Where is the international law? So people everywhere are asking if the President of the United States will really get the so-called Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, finally, before we let you go, what is your opinion now on Trump's goals in Venezuela? I'll let you have the last word.
Well, I think the whole situation will not become, well, who really knows? I believe that the U.S. even cannot know the answer to this kind of crisis. And you know, in the past several years, this beautiful South American country has been suffering from a political crisis, economic crisis, and a social crisis. And now I believe that these multiple crises will get worse and worse, and people in Venezuela will suffer more in the near future.
All right, let's leave it there for now. Thank you so much. We've been speaking to Jiang Shui, professor and director, Center for Latin American Studies at Shanghai University. Now, in has called on the people to mobilize to defeat this imperialist aggression, and the attacks were carried out in the capital Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. Several large explosions and low-flying aircraft were seen around 2 a.m. local time on Sunday in Caracas. Parts of the city's southern area near a major military base were reported without electricity. And in other news, a Yemen separatist movement, the Southern Transitional Council, says it aims to hold a referendum on independence from the north. The group says there will be a 2-year transitional phase during which it will administer the southern part of the country. The announcement by the STC comes after a Saudi-led coalition launched airstrikes and helped the Yemeni government recapture land, which the STC seized last month. The STC has indicated immediate independence if there are more attacks against it. Meanwhile, Yemen's Saudi-backed Presidential Council has submitted a request to Saudi Arabia to host a forum aimed at resolving this southern issue. Saudi Arabia has welcomed the request. The Republic of Korea President Lee Jae
这个知情人士，美国这个官方的知情人士呢，告诉美国有线电视新
The U.S. and also told that the CNN, that's according to
议院的
insider,
军事委
and the senator actually did not receive that the information about this airstrike on Venezuela. The U.S. Senator Armed Services Committee was not notified, and we also noticed that the U.S. Aviation Administration, the Federal Aviation, saying that commercial aircraft from flowing at any altitude over Venezuela was banned, and they talk about this will last around 23 hours. And the region is based on security risks related to current military activities, but the ban actually did not talk about this is targeting whom. And also we could see that the U.S. State Department has also issued on its official website stating that the U.S. Embassy in Colombia and also should the notice and also the warned that U.S. citizens in Venezuela to take shelter where they are. So let's also go through that the possible reasons. Right now, there's no official response or statement from the U.S. officials back then, because at the earlier time, there's no really the details released about this airstrike, and also no detail related to the operation. CBS, actually, it's the U.S. correspondent posted online on social media saying that the U.S. President Donald Trump made the orders to strike several locations in Venezuela, including military facilities. According to CBS, U.S. official chose to remain silent, and a few days before the operation, and also we could see that Trump had actually approved the U.S. military's ground strikes in Venezuela. The report also specifically noted that the military officials had discussed on December 25th carrying out the mission on that day. However, the U.S. military considered that the prioritizing airstrike against the Islamic State extremist group in Nigeria, but later due to the weather condition constraints, the operation was postponed. And we talk about this happened quite early of the day, so we not really received that the response from the society. So we will keep you updated that the response from the society, and also there will be a media expresser by President Donald Trump on the 11 a.m. local time.
我现在在委内瑞拉首都加拉加斯，当地时间1月3日凌晨1点57分，记者在睡梦中被一声巨大的爆炸声惊醒，随后听见。
Right now we are at the capital of the Caracas, and we heard around 5 sounds of the explosion. Right now we are at the hotel, and the access actually was a bit blocked, and we didn't see any people walking on the street. And we talk about that according to Donald Trump, that the residential. And also we have seen that around 6 kilometers away from our hotel, that's also the explosion places. And also we talk about that a bomb happened in different locations. And Venezuelan government issued an official communique. That's also the express that the condemn and this against the Venezuela territory and the people, and the government pointed out in this communique that the military strike targeted Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, as well as the civilians and the military targets in 4 regions. And currently, Venezuelan President Maduro has declared a state of the emergency nationwide, and we also talk about that the casualty caused by the strike are being counted, and all national defense plans have been initiated. And also Vice President said in a live broadcast on national TV after the explosion, it was not immediately clear where President Maduro and his wife were, and demand that the U.S. prove relevant evidence of survival. And also it remains silent until then. The Colombian president also called on the United Nations and the Organization of American States to immediately hold an emergency meeting.
President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of Venezuela. The announcement follows the U.S. confirmation of large-scale airstrikes against targets in the country. In response, Venezuela Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has demanded proof of life of both President Maduro and his wife. The U.S. Embassy in Venezuela has issued a warning advising its citizens to avoid travel to the Latin American country. The U.S. airstrikes, which lasted for about an hour, targeted critical areas including the capital, Caracas. Key sites hit included the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports. Shortly after the airstrikes, President Maduro declared a state of emergency, calling on the people to mobilize and defeat what he termed, quote, imperialist aggression. Our Stefan Gibbs joins us now in Isla Margarita, Venezuela. Good to see you, Stefan. So any official information on Maduro's whereabouts?
No information at all. All we've heard from the United States is a posting by President Trump that President Maduro and his wife were captured, and there will be a press conference on this in a few hours' time. From the Venezuelan side, from the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, we heard her demanding in an audio message proof of life of both Nicolás Maduro and his wife. So in a way, she did seem to confirm that he had been captured. The question really now is who is in charge of Venezuela. The Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, according to the Constitution, would be the person that does take over the control of this country. But a very dramatic last few hours we've had here with those airstrikes in various parts of the country, including most notably Caracas. Extremely loud explosions were heard in the military base Fuerte Tuna in the center of Caracas, which is one of the places, not only is it the head of the center of the Ministry of Defense really there, it's also a residential area where President Maduro and other senior members of the government are understood to live. So what we're also hearing from the United States, according to at least one senator, was this might well have been an operation by the Delta Forces of the United States, an extraordinary capture operation if this is confirmed.
Well, what is the mood like there now in Venezuela? Did you talk to residents, and what is the atmosphere there?
People in Caracas are saying, you know, they were woken by the sound of these very, very serious explosions. And since then, there's been quiet in the city. There's no sign of any people on the streets as yet. People, I think, are really trying to digest this. This is a major, major breaking news story in this, both in this country and in this region. And there is a question of who is now in control of Venezuela. The United States, according again to sources from the US and from senators there, suggest that the operation might be over for now, i.e. they feel that their objective, which is capturing Maduro, is done, and we will see what happens next. But very, very difficult and uncertain times for this country ahead.
Definitely. Thank you so much for your reporting from Isla Margarita, Venezuela. Thank you so much. We'll definitely keep you updated. Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and the states of Marina, Arigua, and La Guaira. RT correspondent Mariette Gizdiev has more from Caracas.
The United States launched its surprise attack, a massive attack on Venezuela, 2 a.m. local time. Here in Caracas, the air is filled with smoke, the smell of burning. This smell is the aftermath of multiple strikes that woke us up, shook the windows in our hotel, and every window in the city at almost exactly 2 a.m., whereby American jets pounded targets across the city, which included military bases as well as civilian infrastructure, civilian sites, including, according to reports, the parliament of the country of Venezuela. A state of emergency is currently active in Caracas, behind me, as well as all over Venezuela. Now, certain or a number of districts in the city over in the distance are still without power. The vast majority of these strikes were took place in the along the western edges of the city. There was about 3 kilometers away from us, a small airport in the middle of the city that was also struck. In La Guaira, just to the north of us along the coast, multiple military bases, as well as the main airport that serves the city of Caracas, that was also hit. We've also heard from the United States. It has confirmed that it carried out and launched these strikes. We've seen condemnation from a number of Latin American, Caribbean countries. Cuba has come out. The Colombian leadership has come out condemning these strikes. The Venezuelan government has issued a statement calling this unprovoked aggression, an attempt by the United States to seize Venezuela's oil, mineral wealth, and to install their own regime here. A violation of every written and unwritten international treaty, international law, international rule.
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump said the United States has captured Maduro following military airstrikes on Venezuela. Our Nick Hopper has more from Washington, D.C.
But we're still waiting for official word from the US government, but various different news agency and US networks are reporting that Donald Trump ordered these strikes on Venezuela. One official telling CBS News, speaking under the condition of anonymity, that the president ordered strikes on various sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. And as we've seen, the largest military complex inside Caracas, the capital itself, there have been explosions, fires currently taking place. It seems as if that was one of the locations that the US president has targeted. And of course, this comes off the back of months of escalating rhetoric from the United States. Donald Trump on multiple occasions suggesting that he was ready to carry out strikes on Venezuela, and that coming after we have seen these strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the area around Venezuela. A couple of extra strikes happening in just the last 48 hours with 8 extra people killed. But we have seen attempts, I guess, just even in the last few days from the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela to try and extend an olive branch. The Venezuelan president saying that he was ready for talks with the United States whenever and wherever they wanted, saying that he would be happy to engage in talks about drug smuggling, but also looking at the possibility of offering US companies access to Venezuelan oil.
The U.S. airstrikes on Venezuela have drawn responses from several nations. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has called for the UN Security Council to convene immediately. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemned it as, quote, criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded an urgent response from the international community. Russia says it's deeply concerned and has labeled it as, quote, an act of armed aggression. Spain has called for de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. Italy's Foreign Ministry says they are monitoring the situation with particular attention to the Italian community there. All right, for more insights, let's bring in Professor Rong Ying, the chair professor at Sichuan University. Thank you so much for joining us at this hour, Professor. So tensions between Washington and Caracas have escalated sharply in recent weeks. In your assessment, was this development something you anticipated?
Well, certainly I think the relationship between the United States and Venezuela has been, rising tensions and conflict. But I don't think that people would expect that the United States would conduct such an extraordinary operations to capture a sitting president of a sovereign state and bring the president and his wife back to the United States for so-called trial. This is something very extraordinary, very unprecedented and unusual, even for United States, because the last time, if I remember, was 1989. It is related to the Panama and others. But all in all, I think that raised many questions, particularly related to the question of the law, international law in particular. I think all I would say that no international legal expert would say that is illegal. It's definitely, again, illegal international. There's no legality international according to international law. On the domestic law, the law of the United States, it might be also very much controversial because the Congress has not announced and the war against Venezuela, and and it will be also very contentious or controversial for whether I think President Trump has that law, that right to do so.
Well, actually, Professor, on Thursday, President Nicolas Maduro stated that Venezuela was open to negotiating with the United States on combating drug trafficking, an issue President Donald Trump has repeatedly cited when threatening military action. Maduro also asserted that the United States is attempting to overthrow his government to gain access to the country's oil reserve. So, from your perspective, what is the ultimate goal or objective of the United States in this region?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think obviously, I think the fact that they captured and they conducted operation and captured and bring back is for the so-called the accusation or indictment of related drug and so forth. After all, the United States also has put a so-called 50 million US dollars bounty for that. But I think there are speculations that this is much more beyond that. It's very much related to the oil reserves, and so on and so forth. And if this is the case, then it relates to raise another big question about the sort of minerals reserves of a particular country. And if there's a controversial between the two sovereign states, what will be the right way? Invading or conducting a kind of such special military operation to capture the president, sitting president for trial is something definitely not a diplomacy. So I believe that even the case of drug trafficking, I think it would also raise many questions where the United States are accusing them violating the law. I think they are talking about other countries in the region, Mexico and others. So it raises many big questions about the basic norms of international law and also the international rules.
Exactly. Very complicated situation there. We'll definitely monitoring the situation on the ground. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Rong Ying, for sharing with us your insights. We really appreciate it. U.S. strikes on Venezuela's capital jolted many residents awake early this morning. CGTN's talked with a young content creator in Caracas who was live on TikTok when the explosions began and captured the moment in real time. Here is his account.
Dios mío, ¿cómo se puso esto, pues? ¿Qué está pasando, marico? No, papi, son gente inocente, maldita sea, huevón, son gente inocente.
Y enfrente a mi casa. In front of my house, where you may have already seen the live stream, several explosions occurred. Not just one, but several. I managed to capture one of them live, including flashes in the background.
And how many explosions in total did you hear?
Uf, ¿cuántas explosiones nos escuchamos? More than 10 explosions. I went live at that moment to find out how many people were affected and to check on different areas, because I'm in one zone and other areas had it worse. People felt scared.
There has been news from U.S. official that says President Trump ordered this attack. What is your reaction?
I'll say it again. I think this was an unnecessary action. I have nothing to do with politics. I don't want to get involved in that. I'm a content creator from Venezuela. I'm stuck here, but I do believe this was unnecessary. I think better terms could have been reached. There's been so much talk about this already. But for us Venezuelans, this is new, very new. We always look for the calmest way to resolve things, and I don't agree with this approach. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Fighting among ourselves, that's been normal, but with another country, it's complicated.
Are you scared right now? What is your plan for the coming days?
After all this, Venezuela is going to be paralyzed. Something difficult is going to happen here. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Right now, we don't know what we're going to do. What worries me is finding food, staying safe, and staying home. It's going to be very difficult to leave. Any exit route will be congested, and we're not safe anywhere right now.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious.
Hello there, welcome to CGTN. You are live on all the social media platforms with us. Just first, we give you a quick update on what's happening in Venezuela. As we know, U.S. President Donald Trump says that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. And the announcement follows the U.S. confirmation of large-scale strikes against targets in Venezuela. And in response, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has demanded proof of life for both President Maduro and his wife. And the U.S. Embassy in Venezuela has issued a warning there, advising its citizens to avoid traveling to the Latin American country. The U.S. strikes, which lasted about an hour, targeted critical areas, including the capital, Caracas. Key sites hit included the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports. And shortly after the strikes, President Maduro declared a state of emergency, calling on the people to mobilize. Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and the states of several states, including Miranda and Aragua. And RT has some earlier reports on that as well, and we tried to speak to that on our TV end, but on the social media end, we have more guests coming up. And first, let's talk to Jesus Rodriguez. He's been talking to me in the afternoon on the TV end of CGTN. So please give us more updates on what's really happening right now on the ground.
There is a bit of confusion, especially after this announcement of the kidnapping of President Maduro. At the beginning, there was this post by President Trump announcing the kidnapping of his kidnapping and the one of his wife, and then a few minutes later, our Minister of Defense did a press conference informing about the situation of the strikes, informing that there were casualties in urban places in Venezuela, but he did not mention anything about the whereabouts or the kidnapping of President Maduro, and that make many people believe that the U.S. statement was wrong and was misinformation in order to attempt to, launch a military attack or assassination strike against President Maduro. That's what's been happening. But a few minutes later, like 30 minutes later, like around 6:30, 6:20 a.m. Caracas time, our Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, appeared on public TV, and she demanded a proof of life for President Maduro and his wife, thus confirming the kidnapping of President Maduro. It is important to say that under Venezuelan constitution, the second in succession in the absence of President Maduro is actually the vice president, that in this case is Delcy Rodriguez.
Well, because Venezuela wants proof of life of Maduro, how big is the concern that the U.S. has done something, unexpected here when it comes to the life situation of Maduro?
It's terrible. There's a lot of stress among Chavista supporters of the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela. There has been some calls for people to gather in certain places in certain cities in Venezuela. But for now, the government is not demanding the people to go to the street or anything like that, because we actually do not have, U.S. troops in Venezuela, so at least at this moment. So the situation is pretty complex. There's a tense calm that you feel in Caracas that right now is 7:21 a.m. It's early morning, and a lot of people are just waking up, and maybe many of them are just realizing that their president was kidnapped by the U.S., which is an atrocity, but you can believe anything coming from the U.S. government.
Well, Trump has been saying that he's going to take actions against Venezuela. But I mean, among the political circle, media circle, I guess the question is, why now? What's the reason this time?
I mean, we have been living this tension, this U.S. military threat in August. But actually, I mean, the most recent and the most stressful one since August this year. But since the arrival of the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela in 1999 with Hugo Chavez, and the U.S. has been always trying to ask first President Chavez and now President Maduro. So this is nothing new, and this claim of war on drugs and things like that are just excuses to hide their interest of the U.S. to get access to Venezuelan natural resources, especially oil. The issue is that even in the absence of President Maduro, that is a difficult situation for Chavismo, for the Bolivarian Revolution. There are constitutional mechanisms that allow the continuation of our project, and the Venezuelan people will not allow any change in the status quo or in the political scenario in Venezuela.
Right, and Trump has said that he doesn't want to overthrow the Maduro administration, but I mean, analysts say that the drug issue is just an excuse here to hide, the real intention of Trump. But what is that real intention there?
Oil. Getting rid of that is not subjugated and subordinated to U.S. dictates, and that is not something of the like in the U.S., especially for U.S. imperialism, and those are the most important. And of course, in the geopolitical, analysis of the whole situation is also trying to get rid out of the region China and Russia that have important ties with all the countries in the region, but also with Venezuela. And they see that Venezuela is like the open door for China and Russia to, jeopardize U.S. hegemony in the region. And that's basically what is happening. And that was actually announced several weeks ago when the U.S. published this, national security strategy document, with the new Monroe Doctrine, Trump corollary. So we are seeing what they announced that was going to happen.
Well, if you look
but
back
it's going
at
to be hard to deal with that. Sorry.
I mean, if we look back at the diplomatic policies of U.S. When it comes to Latin America, were there any signals that people have missed that can suggest that what's happening today is sort of inevitable or like long planned to some extent?
We have been saying in recent weeks, a lot of Venezuelan media and Venezuela, geopolitical analysts, we have been saying for several months already that the most probable scenario was this one that is happening right now, a decapitation strike, that thankfully did not end up in the assassination of President Maduro, but it's the kidnapping, and it's as atrocious as an assassination. So this represents a terrible precedent, if you ask me, for international rule of law, and a very unsustained or hard to prove a claim of, Venezuelan leading drug trafficking networks and things like that has been, already questioned even in the U.S. as the U.S. narrative.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the insights, and do stay vigilant and do keep us posted for what's happening on the ground. That was Jesus Rodriguez, editor of Orinoco Tribune there. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes.
And just to give you,
thank you, Compass,
some updates about the situation in Venezuela. U.S. President Donald Trump says that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of Venezuela. The announcement follows the U.S. confirmation of large-scale strikes against targets in the country. And in response, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has demanded proof of life of both President Maduro and his wife. The U.S. Embassy, meanwhile, has issued a warning there advising its citizens to avoid traveling to the Latin American country. While the U.S. strikes, which lasted about an hour, targeted critical areas, including the capital city, Caracas. Key sites hit there included the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports there. And shortly after the strikes, President Maduro declared a state of emergency for the country, calling on the people to mobilize and defeat what he termed imperialist aggression there. And Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and the states of Miranda and Aragua, as well as La Guera there. And allow me to bring back our guest, Mr. Jesus Rodriguez. He is the editor of Orinoco Tribune. So I guess the question that I forgot to ask you earlier is, what's going to happen next? Because I guess, the Pentagon has been busy, and I mean, the Venezuelan government has been trying to find a proper reaction to all of this, and other countries are trying to sort of mediating a better outcome there. What's going to happen next?
I mean, there are a lot of possibilities. One might think that maybe President Trump will try to show President Maduro as a trophy and retreat, military aggressions. But that's in a scenario that you don't know might happen. Another scenario might be that the U.S., with the, proclamation of Delcy Rodriguez as the acting president of Venezuela, that should happen in a few hours, might try to do the same thing with Delcy Rodriguez. I mean, because these are top Venezuelan officials that are part of the Bolivarian Revolution, are part of the Chavismo, and they will not resign, or they will not submit to U.S. pressures the same way that Maduro did. So those are the scenarios that I see. A possible escalation with new decapitation strikes, which is going to be crazy if that happens. And the other desirable one is that maybe President Trump used this, kidnapping of President Maduro as a trophy, and retreat and reduce the level of attacks and aggressions against Venezuela that are unprecedented. And we have been living under strong tension for the last 5 months, and no country deserves this treatment, which is a violation of international law,
Just allow me to give some updates to our audience. The Venezuelan government says it does not know the whereabouts of President Nicolas Maduro or his wife. And Vice President Delcy Rodriguez said on Saturday morning in an audio played on state TV that we demand immediate proof of life of President Nicolas Maduro and his first combatant. And we also have some other updates because we are seeing live footages of smokes rising at La Carlota airport. That's after explosions there, and low-flying aircraft were heard in Caracas on Saturday as well. Telecommunication has been partially disrupted with power outages in parts of southern Caracas. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has declared a state of emergency. And of course, earlier, according to CBS, Trump ordered strikes on targets across the country. That's including military facilities there. And the Trump administration has been building pressure on the Venezuelan government for months now. So my question is, where could be the whereabouts of the president and his wife? I mean, are there any guesses there? Or where might they be taken that the U.S. can use as a leverage to further pressure the Venezuelan government?
I believe that there might be, if you ask me, in any, of those, of the tens of U.S. warships that are, stationed in front of the Venezuelan coast. Maybe he is in the, in the Gerald Ford, aircraft sea carrier that is also stationed nearby Venezuela. but maybe he's also sent to Puerto Rico, and from there he might be sent to the U.S., someplace in the U.S., and charged for whatever charges they want to accuse him in order to justify this atrocity. So I mean, that's my guess. I haven't read, more details about, that particular, scenario, situation.
Okay, thank you so much for your insights and the latest updates from on the ground, Mr. Jesus Rodriguez, editor of Orinoco Tribune. And we will keep you updated when more details become available from on the ground in Venezuela. And we'll be right back after this. And please take a look at some footages that we are getting you. Welcome to our CGTN live special about what's happening right now in Venezuela. As we know that the country is under U.S. strikes. U.S. President Donald Trump says that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. The announcement follows the U.S. confirmation of large-scale strikes against targets in the country. And in response, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has demanded proof of life for both President Maduro and his wife. And some other updates here. Before being captured by the U.S., the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has said in a statement to order all national defense plans to be implemented and declared a state of external disturbance as well as a state of emergency for the country. Meanwhile, the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration on early Saturday morning barred U.S. aircraft from flying at any altitude within Venezuelan airspace, and that's following reports of explosions in Caracas. And the U.S. is citing safety of flight risks associated with ongoing military activities. And of course, the areas hit in Venezuela, including military facilities and areas. That's including Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports. And shortly after the strikes, President Maduro declared a state of emergency there and calling on the people to mobilize and defeat what he termed imperialist aggression there. Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and the states of Miranda, Araguan, and La Guera. And of course, we have a new guest joining us, Mr. Rong Ying. Mr. Rong, so I would like to get to the bottom of this, because Trump has repeatedly mentioned taking action against Venezuela, but why he has decided to take concrete action this time, now, and what's the true motive behind the decision?
Well, it is true. I think we have seen ever since Trump took office for the second term, I think the relationship between the United States and Venezuela has been really deteriorating. We have seen tensions and also conflict as the United States has mobilized, I think, the largest troops in decades around for the region. And in the meantime, I think the tensions between Trump himself and President Maduro could go, longer, even to the first term. Whatever the case, I think we have no idea so far that what are the sort of immediate factors that contribute to this operation. But we definitely know that the overthrow or pursue a kind of a regime change in Venezuela, that to dispose President Maduro or former President Maduro is an ultimate goal. So possibly it is because of intelligence, possibly it's because I think for the past few months we have seen that the United States has made military blockade and even conflict, but without succeeding in pressurizing or making Maduro or Venezuela to sort of a compromise or to sort of meet its United States demand. So just at the high time, and the special operation took place, captured the president and his wife, and it is reported that it would send back to the United States for trial. That has happened. Of course, it is unprecedented, but it is, not so special, extraordinary, because if you look at the history of the United States, back in 1989, United States did similar things by invading Panama to capture the president of Panama for trial.
Well, because Trump has claimed that he has no intention of overthrowing the Maduro regime, but does what's happened today reflecting exactly that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think as far as the news is concerned, that the vice president of Venezuela is still there now. She's announced that she's taken over. Then other ministries have also been around. But the very fact that United States to capture sitting president of a sovereign state and take him and his wife back to the natural child is, I don't know how to say, internationally. Is it a kind of invasion, or is it a kind of a so-called laws enforcement operation by the United States? The question, if it is a law enforcement operations, what international law I think the United States is, about using? And if it is a kind of invasion, then I think it also has a question of the United States themselves. I think the Congress and the opposition parties, the Democrats may have different views, not to mention the legal expert on the so-called authority of President of the United States to launch such a kind of invasion or such kind of military intervention into a sovereign state for whatever purposes I think President Trump is going to announce.
Well, is the whole conflict about oil?
Definitely. The question, I think, behind this operation, there are certainly, I think, what the United States has indicted, President Maduro, or accused him, the so-called drug trafficking, which has, of course, have been denied. There's also, of course, much talk about oil, the oils which I think President Trump, again, repeatedly accused Venezuela have so-called stealing from the United States. I think very much related to the nationalization or its economic or energy policies vis-a-vis the U.S. Energy companies investing in Venezuela. There are also speculations that it may related something related to minerals, which again, Venezuela is very much so. And of course, it all takes place in the context where the United States has now adopted a new or renewed focus on the dominance or to control the hemisphere, the West Hemisphere, where I think the latest sort of recent national security strategy has presented as a kind of a Trump version or Trump corollary of the Monroe Doctrine, which very much, I think, featured with gumbo diplomacy with U.S. dominance in the region.
Well, besides oil, are there any other, implicit strategic objectives behind all this?
Well, yeah, definitely. I think if one sort of believed the national security strategy, I think President Trump also very much talks about to sort of prevent the other external forces or so-called hostile forces state in the region, in the Western Hemisphere. And of course, one can also talk about, I think, the agenda of I think, dominating the region as a whole. In this case, I think it's not about not only the northern, the south sort of the Caribbean, the South America. We also can talk about the North America. We're talking about the I think President Trump's agenda or his wishes to have bring Canada and Mexico and the Greenland and so on and so forth. So all in all, I think we do not know at this moment, as far as I can see, that what specifically determines or which factor determines. But all in all, I think the fact that by launching a military sort of invasion through a so-called special operation under whatever names, law enforcement or whatever, to capture a sitting president of a sovereign state is something I think one cannot defend internationally, in terms of international law.
Well, how big is the concern for the life situation of the Venezuelan president and his wife right now?
Well, I think first and foremost, I can see that the countries in the region which do not have good terms with the United States or President Trump will be very much concerned about that. We have already seen that Colombia, Cuba, and others, they have expressed a strong sort of concerns and a strong opposition. They're calling for the intervention of United Nations. I mean, calling for an emergent UN Security Council sort of meetings to deliberate about it, to look at these matters. This is very much certainly a serious development in terms of the question of UN charters and the right of sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is also very much related to, I think, to the human rights issues, where the rights, I mean, even I mean, certainly as a sitting president, a politician like that, how to ensure that what would be guaranteed. But the most importantly, I think, is related to the disputes or differences between states, how these differences and disputes should be addressed or managed, through military means, through special operations, through so-called law enforcement, or through diplomatic means. That is very much related to, I think, to the peace and stability of the region. I mean, of the region and certainly of the world, and also the relevance and integrity of international rules, international orders, and international system.
Well, Mr. Rohn, if we look back at the U.S. diplomatic policies towards Latin America, are there any signals that we've missed that could imply that what's happening today is sort of inevitable?
Well, I think certainly there are the Trump administration, particularly for this term, has sent a very strong message on the so-called American First, and also MEGA, Make American Great Again. So obviously, I think under the sort of guidance or of this thinking, I think the United States is very much sort of focusing on its own national interest. In other words, that any country or any personalities, politician or whatever, who do not sort of follow the United States or is believed to undermine United States national interest, would subject to any very kind of treatment which we may not sort of comfortable or we may not familiar with, despite the fact that the United States, if you look at the history of the United States, I said, now this year marks 250 years of the founding, has not short of cases or, I mean, there's stories like that. Because after all, I think over the past decades, the United States has been advocate, a kind of a defender, or present itself as a defender of international law, of sovereignty, and so on and so forth. So we are definitely sort of dealing with different United States. We are definitely, I think, should prepared for any special, eventualities or unforeseeable things for this administration.
Well, Mr. Rohn, just help our viewers understand why Venezuela is being targeted here.
Well, Venezuela is certainly has been the target of the United States, not only for President Trump, the Trump administration this term. It had always, I think ever since 1999, when the former president Chavez came to power, it has always been sort of have a bad relationship with tensions with the United States, largely because of the ideology, because President Chavez has sort of announced that it will pursue a kind of different system, socialism, whatever, or literally at the national and nationalizing the I think the energy sectors and so on and so forth, which I think in this case very much undermined the economic and interest of United States. But all in all, I think the ideology is not such a big issue. Rather, I believe that the United States may not comfortable or does not want to see a South Caribbean American state that would always stand opposite to that, always say no or dare to say no to the United States. That is something I think possibly what determines or defines United States policy for the region. This is possibly even more for Trump administration, who now pursues its own version, Trump's version for the moral doctrine.
Well, Mr. Rohn, just give us some idea about what's going to happen next, a full-on war or regime change or international mediation?
Well, there are a lot of uncertainties and a lot of questions that have no answer so far. I think first and foremost is Venezuela, the stability of Venezuela. Right, with the president gone, with the government have been hugely sort of gravely undermined in terms of sovereignty, in terms of capability to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity. And nobody knows what would happen later. And nobody knows whether President Trump or President administration has any plan to ensure that with that special operations, Venezuela United States has a kind of a plan, follow-up plan to help Venezuela to stabilize. That is very much so because Venezuela has in the past decades, because of sanctions, because of isolation, because of pressure and containment by the United States, has suffered a lot economically and also politically, of course. And this is a big question. And if the United States does not, or the Trump administration does not have a follow-up plan and leaving, which means the the different political parties and forces in Venezuela to work out their differences, and they can easily bring more, have troubles, even civil wars. This is very much so. Right. And if it is the case, that would have implication for the region and beyond. The second thing is, of course, very much related to what the Trump administration has done. This special operation would serve as a kind of a model in case when the United States has differences. So now we come into the question of Iran. We come into the question of even Mexico, which is reported that they are also concerned because it would also have the question of drug issues, which the United States is accusing that they are not doing enough.
Yes, I think the idea or the logic behind what the U.S. is doing is pretty clear now. Thank you so much for analysis, Mr. Rong Ying, Chair Professor at Sichuan University. And hope to talk to you soon about what's happening in Venezuela, and because the world is watching what's unfolding regarding the situation there. And we'll be right back with more updates for you. Please do stay tuned on CGTN Live on all your favorite social media platforms. We'll be right back. See you on the other side.
Shortly after the airstrikes, President Maduro declared a state of emergency, calling on the people to mobilize and defeat what he termed imperialist aggression. Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and the states of Marina, Arigua, and La Guira. Well, Trump says the United States has captured Maduro following military strikes on Venezuela. Our Nick Copper has more from Washington, D.C.
But we're still waiting for official word from the US government, but various different news agency and US networks are reporting that Donald Trump ordered these strikes on Venezuela. One official telling CBS News, speaking under the condition of anonymity, that the president ordered strikes on various sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. And as we've seen, the largest military complex inside Caracas, the capital itself, there have been explosions, fires currently taking place. It seems as if that was one of the locations that the US president has targeted. And of course, this comes off the back of months of escalating rhetoric from the United States. Donald Trump on multiple occasions suggesting that he was ready to carry out strikes on Venezuela, and that coming after we have seen these strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the area around Venezuela, a couple of extra strikes happening in just the last 48 hours with 8 extra people killed. But we have seen attempts, I guess just even in the last few days, from the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela to try and extend an olive branch. The Venezuelan president saying that he was ready for talks with the United States whenever and wherever they wanted, saying that he would be happy to engage in talks about drug smuggling, but also looking at the possibility of offering US companies access to Venezuelan oil.
The U.S. airstrikes on Venezuela have drawn responses from several countries. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has called for the UN Security Council to convene immediately. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemns it as criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded an urgent response from the international community. Russia says it's deeply concerned and has labeled it as an act of armed aggression. Spain has called for de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. Italy's foreign ministry says they're monitoring the situation with particular attention to the Italian community there. All right, for more discussion, we're joined by Han Han, a Deputy Research Fellow at the Institute of Latin American Studies at the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Thank you so much for joining us on CGTN at this moment. What do you think is the strategic thinking behind the U.S. decision to launch airstrikes against Venezuela at the beginning of the new year?
Well, thank you very much for the discussion. I think, for my opinion, the first of all, for U.S. military stake, the most important interest is the competition of oil resources, the core motive. As Venezuela holds the world's largest proven oil resources, it's almost represented less than almost 20% of the global resources. Since the Chavez administration nationalized by the oil industry, U.S. companies they face constrained interests. U.S. sanctions have severely impacted Venezuela's oil exports, and it lets U.S. view the risk of the Latin American region is Venezuela, and the second region is about the challenges to U.S. dollar heralding. As we know that some of the oil industry is not month on month using the dollar, and that with other other just like renminbi to pay for the oil resources. And the third reason is about the Venezuela is a very important country with the dominate of left-wing president for several years, and the influence of Venezuela and both the presidents influence a lot the region and the country. this for United States is not very good, and the long-term objective reaches of challenges like U.S. feel nervous, feel very sorry about this reason, so that the region for this action.
Ms. Han, actually, since last year, the U.S. has increased its military presence in the Caribbean near Venezuela, citing counter-narcotics operations. So Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has described this as an undeclared war. In your view, why has Venezuela become a target?
Well, for the U.S. Part, it offers several reasons, and the most important is facilitate drug trafficking. This is for the government of Maduro and the states, and also in several years or several months, U.S. military has also attacked some targets both on the sea and also on the continent of Venezuela, which represented a very strong rejection about the governments of Maduro. But from the side of Maduro government, they refused this.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Han Han, for sharing with us your insights. We really appreciate it. U.S. strikes on Venezuela's capital jolted many residents awake early this morning. CGTN's talk with a young content creator in Caracas who was live on TikTok when the explosions happened and captured the moment in real time.
Dios mío, ¿cómo se puso esto, pues? ¿Qué está pasando, marico? No, papi, son gente inocente, maldita sea, huevón, son gente inocente.
Y enfrente a mi casa.
In front of my house, where you may have already seen the live stream, several explosions occurred. Not just one, but several. I managed to capture one of them live, including flashes in the background.
And how many explosions in total did you hear?
Uf, ¿cuántas explosiones nos escuchamos?
More than 10 explosions. I went live at that moment to find out how many people were affected and to check on different areas, because I'm in one zone and other areas had it worse. People felt scared.
There has been news from U.S. official that says President Trump ordered this attack. What is your reaction?
Bueno, la verdad,
I'll say it again. I think this was an unnecessary action. I have nothing to do with politics. I don't want to get involved in that. I'm a content creator from Venezuela. I'm stuck here, but I do believe this was unnecessary. I think better terms could have been reached. There's been so much talk about this already. But for us Venezuelans, this is new, very new. We always look for the calmest way to resolve things, and I don't agree with this approach. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Fighting among ourselves, that's been normal, but with another country, it's complicated.
Are you scared right now? What is your plan for the coming days?
After all this, Venezuela is going to be paralyzed. Something difficult is going to happen here. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Right now, we don't know what we're going to do. What worries me is finding food, staying safe, and staying home. It's going to be very difficult to leave. Any exit route will be congested, and we're not safe anywhere right now.
Yemen's Southern Separatist Movement, the Southern Transitional Council, or STC, says it aims to hold a referendum on independence from the north. The group says there will be a 2-year transitional phase during which it will administer the southern part of the country. The announcement by the Southern Transitional Council comes as after a Saudi-led coalition launched airstrikes and helped the Yemeni government recapture land, which the STC seized last month. The STC has indicated immediate independence if there are more attacks against it. Meanwhile, Yemen's Saudi-backed Presidential Council has submitted a request to Saudi Arabia to host a forum aimed at resolving the southern issue. Saudi Arabia has welcomed the request. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called on Israel to reverse its decision to suspend the operations of humanitarian aid groups operating in occupied Palestine. Guterres on Friday said he was deeply concerned by Israel's move, which adds onto earlier
Since all this process began many years ago, we have strengthened people through our work and commitment. We all have strength. The Venezuelan people is unconscious people, and I think Donald Trump and all the traitors that follow him are not forgiving. They know here is a committed people formed by Chavez and Maduro. The bombing today activates us and left us communicated and informed with the Vice President's message, and we stand by our President in this direction. And all that Venezuela represents will continue to be on the streets to defend our legacy and motherland. We are sure as people that Maduro is our constitutionally elected president. What had brought us to this point is Venezuela's resources. It's not about drug trafficking. That's a lie. Their whole purpose is to steal Venezuela's resources, and as we're not willing to kneel down before their empire, and we don't do as they please, we won't obey them. Well, we have set an example to the world of commitment, loyalty, with our principle that we don't owe anything to the Americans. And of course, we are not obeying their orders. We're thankful of international solidarity we have received, and all the people who are condemning this aggression against Venezuela's sovereignty and Venezuela's respect. Since all this process began many years ago, we have a strengthened people. Through our work and commitment, we all have strength. The Venezuelan people is a conscious people, and I think Donald Trump and all the executives, conspirators or traitors that follow him are not forgiven. They know here is a committed people formed by Chavez and Maduro. The bombing today activated us. And let us be communicated on the streets and informed, watching our president, our vice president message, and we stand by our president and all that Venezuela represents. We'll continue to be on the streets to defend our legacy and the motherland. Where our loyalty will continue during the next hours. And we're waiting to know about our constitutionally elected president. What has brought us to this point is Venezuela's resources. It's not about drug trafficking. That's a lie. Their whole purpose is to steal Venezuela's resources, and we're not willing to kneel down before the empire. And we don't do as they please. Well, we have set an example to the world of commitment, loyalty, with our principle that we don't owe anything to the Americans or anybody. And of course, we're not obeying their orders. We're thankful of international solidarity we have received, and all the people who are condemning this aggression against Venezuela's sovereignty and respect.
Live from your favorite social media platforms, we are covering the latest situation in Venezuela under the U.S. strikes right now. Just to give you some updates, this is what we know so far. So the U.S. President Donald Trump said on Saturday in a Truth Social post that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were captured and flown out of Venezuela, and Trump confirmed that the United States launched a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro. And there will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. That's Trump's words. Meanwhile, the Venezuelan government does not have the idea about the whereabouts of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Vice President Delcy Rodriguez said on Saturday morning in an audio played on state TV that the country demands immediate proof of life of the president and his wife. And Venezuela on Saturday denounced that military aggression by the United States. That's after large explosions were heard and aircraft were seen over the capital, Caracas, earlier in the day. The government said the military strike targeted civilian and military sites in at least 4 states of the country. And of course, that's adding, the country is also adding that the U.S. action blatantly violated the UN Charter there. And in a statement, the Venezuelan government said that President Nicolas Maduro had ordered all national defense plans to be implemented and declared a state of external disturbance and state of emergency for the country. And the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration on early Saturday morning barred U.S. aircraft from flying at any altitude within Venezuelan airspace following reports of explosions in the capital city, citing safety of flight risks associated with ongoing military activities. And of course, people are giving their answers to what's really happening. Some experts say that there are multi-layered objectives behind U.S. strikes on Venezuela, and there are others saying that U.S. strike against Venezuela signals profound shift in American global posture. And of course, to put all this into perspective, we invited our own guest, Mr. Zhou Zhiwei, Director of the International Relations Research Office at the Latin American Research. A quick notice, this interview will be done in Mandarin Chinese. 那么周先生，很高兴你有这个时间参加我们的采访。那么当然，我们一直在关注这个就是委内瑞拉目前的局势，以及这个美国背后的动机到底是什么。那么有报道称，这个美国对委内瑞拉发动这个军事的打击，并且将总统带离他的国家。那您如何从国际法还有这个国际关系的角度来界定这样的一个这个带走领导人的行为？
Yes, indeed. I believe that this is really a serious situation, because if you look at from the international relations, especially state-to-state relations, this should base on not interference in other countries, the internal affairs, and also not to impact any other countries, the territorial integrity and sovereignty. But this time, if you look at the Trump's action, especially captured President Nicolas Maduro, I believe this is actually the direct interference in Venezuela's sovereignty and regime stability. And actually, Trump, based on the American first policy, especially that American first in security, and to conduct this operation. If you look at starting from August to September of this 2025, I actually could see that actually Donald Trump continued to give more pressure on the Venezuela, especially that talk about that the narco terrorists for the Latin Americans organization, and also that because that the narco terrorist, and especially for the Maduro's government, Donald Trump sees it as that the government provides support to the narco terrorists. So that's also conduct that the operation this time. I believe that this is based on America First policy, and that actually also that really impact the perspective of international
那
law.
么，周先生，从这个拉丁美洲的整体来看的话，这样的一个事件，可能对于这个地区政治的格局，还有所谓的这个安全形势，产生哪些连锁的反应？因为拉美的主要国家以及区域组织，是否会因为这个事件而产生更多的变化，或者是是否具备已经形成集体回应或者制衡这样的一种行为的条件呢？
实际上本身啊，我觉得特朗普他的这个根据啊。
So for Donald Trump is actually saying that it's based on the excuse of that the narco, the terrorists. That we talk about that this is really that because that this is really based on that this is the big wave against that the Latin American, and also we talk about that also would like to get involved in that the countries that the support, and also and we also talk about that this is really need to think about that they also would like to get involved and got interest from that the regions, and we talk about the operation this time conducted by US to Venezuela will also have quite the negative impact to the global landscape. And we talk about that actually for the Venezuela internally, they will face that the chaos and in all respects in terms of the social stability and political stability. And also on the other hand, we could also see that Venezuela actually quite the strategic cooperation with Cuba and other neighboring countries, so that if the situation landscape change in Venezuela, that will also for sure have the chain react to the neighboring countries and also the regional political landscape and the security situation. And also this time, because of the under the name of that the narco states security issues, so we could see that for the Venezuela policy, if it will not really have that stability, then we could also would foresee a wave of that. The situation we talk about that because Trump, the administration have really a strict policy on immigrants, but we talk about that the. And also we talk about that the refugees, and we talk about that for the illegal, that the immigrants and also the refugees, because of this time that impact on the local security landscape that will actually could trigger more refugee or the illegal migrants coming to United States. That could be also one of the impact from the actions. So we talk about that the operation this time, and they're also quite diverse in a political point of view. Some countries actually extremely oppose that operation carried out by United States, but also we talk about the allies of the United States support the operation. So judging from the current situation, the local operations, also the Latin American regions, they actually had really a clear opposition that opposed the operations. So going forward, we could see that the whole region actually opposed that the hegemony in this region.
Well, to what extent do you believe that this actually reflects, a major shift in U.S. policy towards Latin America, and what could be the profound impacts on, the global geopolitical order here, especially given, the escalating great power rivalry that we are seeing right now? 周先生，我想问您，就是在这样的一个行动跟这次这个冲突当中，有多大的程度反映了美国对于拉美政策的一个比较重大的转向？尤其是在当前这个大国博弈加剧的这个背景下，国际的这个地缘政治跟秩序是否会有一些长远的影响？
So we talk about from the perspective of Latin America as a whole. Do major Latin American countries and regions organizations poses the condition to form a collective response or provide checks and balances? So we believe that the December 4th, And the U.S. also released that the security report, and we talk about for the Western, the hemisphere, and also we talk about for the core, the key minerals, the key corridors or the channels industries actually needs to be strongly dominated by the U.S. And we know that the policy of the committee will last for a relatively long time, starting from August or September. So the policy towards Venezuela was actually based on the release of this national security strategy. So we expect that there will be more actions to really bring that dominant hegemony of the United States back to this region. So I think it's right now, in fact, it was actually changed the political landscape of the Latin American in the future, according the development of the economic situation in the entire region and whether the United States will strengthen its influence to build up its construction of regional supply chain. We believe that could be further observed and worth paying attention to. So the conflict in the global geopolitics and the impact of geopolitics are more reflected in the fact that the U.S. is a global hegemon, so that we talk about actually this is really lack logic and is based on the principle of America first. So the principle of international law and international relations, this illegal behavior of a big country and the behavior that do not follow the rules. And so that will also worsen that the security environment in the Western Hemisphere. So it will affect the stability of global politics, including the
well, if there's no logical explanation
trade
for the U.S. strikes politically, what about economics? I mean, is this all about oil this time? 周先生，就是如果我们不能用合理的、有逻辑的解释来解释这次就是目前美国的行为的话，是否能用某种经济上的理解去看待这个问题？是不是全都是有关于石油？
对，我觉得实际上在美国的这个国家安全战略报告中间啊，对于西半球部分
And also in the U.S. National Security Strategy report regarding the kind of policy, especially that the hegemony of that United States, he would like to reconstruct that the dependence on that U.S. economy, so that could further help to consolidate the U.S. presence and also the economic hegemony in the entire Latin American region. In other words, it can have the final say in economic affairs. So from this perspective, we talk about it related to the future of the entire Western and the hemisphere, especially key minerals, because the energy resources reserved in Latin America very large, so that the key mineral are actually important to the future development of technologies. So we believe that strengthening that the key industries, that the key channels, and also the key minerals, that if the United States strengthen the control over these areas, that related to the future strategy of the United States.
他并不想要颠覆这个马杜罗的政权，但是他还是行动了，而且这次的行为是否可以看作其实就是在想要达成某种颠覆马杜罗政权的目的。So Trump has been saying that he doesn't want to overthrow the Maduro administration or pursuing a regime change there, but is what's happening actually reflecting that? 周先生。
是因为我觉得就是这个委内瑞拉实际上在拉丁美洲地区的。
So for Venezuela in Latin America is a very important country, especially in a geographic situation. It's actually enjoyed a quite strong the geopolitical strengths, and also it has a very abundant resources. So it's a country with the highest resource endowment. So no matter it's a geographical location or the key mineral resources and the energy, I think it's necessary to change the attributes of the regime. So we talk about that the U.S. return to the Western, the dominant
也有很
region.
多学者分析说，除了这个石油，还有一些经济的利益方面，可能在这个背后，美国的这个战略的目标是有很多层的。那具体您有没有这样类似的想法？还有就是这个很多层的目标到底是哪些呢？So people are saying that there are multi-layered objectives behind the U.S. strikes on Venezuela besides oil. So what are the multi-layered objectives there?
对，首先第一个层面的话，实际上就是改变整个地区的一个政治生态。
And that's first to change that the entire landscape of this region. That's also we talk about that the political ecology, that the ecology should in line with the interests of the United States. And we look at the U.S. actually quite close to that the conservative governments like the Argentina. So we talk about this change in that the political environment as also to serve that U.S. strategy. And also second is to re-strengthen the economic trade ties between the United States and Latin America, which is we talk about to rebuild Latin America's the dependence on the United States. So only by strengthening this interdependence relationship can the economic hegemony of the United States be reconsolidated in the entire region. And the third one, I believe, in terms of a military deployment, that the Trump's influence, the new policy actually in the Western hemisphere, especially in Latin America. So we talk about the Maduro government actually has strengthened this military deployment in the Caribbean. The also look at this time is also that the deployment has reactivated a series of U.S. military bases in the Latin American region. So strengthening military deployments throughout the Western hemisphere serve the policy orientation of America's security priority. The fourth point is at the technological or technical level. We know that United States also launched its AI-related policy plan, emphasizing the standards, the system building of the AI-related technologies, and also emphasize or give priority to that itself, the system companies. So that's also the U.S. exclusive principle. So that also to strengthen that the technical cooperation of non-regional cooperation in Latin America, so which that also to deepen its own collaboration
leverage
in
does
this regard.
Venezuela have? 周先生，我想了解的就是截止到目前的话，委内瑞拉手中是否有强有力的谈判筹码？
我觉得目前来看的话，实际上委内瑞拉这个
Judging from the current situation, there is a big uncertainty in stabilizing the situation in Venezuela. We talk about this is actually quite extreme approach or operation. So this is called a huge uncertainty to the country. So first of all, if you look at it internally, that domestic political power play actually will become more intense. So for the people living in the country, in Venezuela, that will be suffered in the recent years because the U.S. the sanctions and also that the military pressure. So we talk about the country is subject to the great restrictions on supplies, and also another side is the country under serious inflation. So that if political issues cannot be fundamentally solved, then the people's day-to-day life actually will be suffered.
那么接下来，我们可能看到一个什么样的情境？是美国跟委内瑞拉爆发全面的战争，还是这个马杜罗政权被颠覆，还是说国际力量会参与这个调停？希望能得到一些好的结果呢？So what could happen next? A full-on war, regime change, or international mediation?
对，我觉得特朗普的这一次行动的话，当然我觉得在
I think Trump's operation this time in the Latin America and will face quite a big pressure from its own home and also international community. So how to solve the situation within the Venezuela, or what's the future for this country? So what's the possibility of Maduro coming back? I believe the possibility is relatively low. So the domestic political situation could be based on the Gonzales supported by United States, because that's the opposite party actually is not really recognized by the judicial authorities in Venezuela. So we talk about in the future, I think that could be that the re-election based on the various political forces
just
negotiation.
Earlier mentioned that the U.S. still has a long way to go to fully, immerse into the Latin American economic cycle and economic life cycle there, including supply chain rebuild. So what's left to be done for the United States when this conflict ends? 那么您之前也说过，就是美国对于这个南半球的这个经济还有一定的路要走，要去融入它的这个经济的生态，包括您说的也要加强它的这个供应链的建设等等。那么我们往前看，预设一下，当这次这个冲突如果最终尘埃落定之后，美国还会有什么动作吗？在拉丁美洲？
对，本身我觉得就是最近这个10几年来吧，应该说美国跟
So in the recent decade, and the economic and trade vitality between the United States and Latin America has not been that active, especially in the past 10 years. The growth of the bilateral trade maintained at around 4% to 5%, actually quite far behind China and Latin American trade relations. And we can also actively pay attention to the fact that also is mentioned in the National Security Strategy Report, and would like to really boost the vitality of the supply chain, and also that the economic activity in the region. I believe the effect should be wait and see, because Latin America right now is also in the situation in the middle of the lost decade, because in the past decade, Latin America actually is the lowest growing region in the world. And also in terms of the national governance is right now also in the most difficult time period. So how to really reboost or stimulate private sector to invest in Latin America, this actually has a big uncertainty. And also, if you look at the investment capability of the United States, the first priority actually still within the United States. We talk about that reindustrialization, so how really they can provide real money to solve the region's needs, to really bring the tangible, the positive benefit to the country in terms of its economy, society, and people's livelihood. So if there's no really a tangible policy support, then how Latin America should develop, because this economic should develop, is society would like to further develop, people would like to live a better life, so they need to look at the other cooperation or diverse its partners. So on one hand, we look at Trump and trying to strengthen economic dominance in the region.
接下来如果委内瑞拉的结局如果是不太好的情况下，那对于同样跟美国有经济利益或者政治利益上严重分歧的国家，会有什么样的启示作用呢？除了在拉丁美洲的这些其他的国家，还有域外的其他的国家，您怎么看呢？ So what's the implication for other countries in both Latin America and elsewhere? What's the implication for them when they have big political or economic differences with the United States?
我想就是跟其他跟美国存在这个利益冲突或者是。
So in terms of the countries with the conflict of interest with the United States, or we talk about the country not really enjoyed a favorable relation with United States, then that the operation this time actually could really to roast the indignation. So we talk about they could actually increase their awareness of defending their sovereignty of their country. So we talk about they will further strengthen their governance to realize that the regime stability, and they will also need to implement diverse hygiene policy. So they will actually within the region, and they will further strengthen the unity and self-strengthening. So they also would like to get more support from the international landscape, and also talk about that from the other countries, especially the out of the region countries. They're looking for the cooperation to improve the economy and also the people's livelihood. If people live a better life, that also will bring
right now,
more
US
stability
is busy
to the
with
policy.
the conflict with Venezuela. So does that mean that the United States might not have enough attention or energy on other issues that it is dealing with? 如果是目前他在拉丁美洲，他整个这样的一个精力都就是放在这个委内瑞拉的这个冲突当中，那是否证明美国对于外其他的一些冲突也好，一些棘手的或者是挑出来的事儿也好，他可能会稍微的冷却一些？
我觉得存在这个可能性的啊，因为实际上啊，整个拉丁美洲地区如果
For the whole Latin American region, if they face quite a high risk of insecurity point of view, and right now we could also see that the security risk is increasing, so that the
也会进一步的就是减弱那这个美国在全球它的一些
U.S. that the global policy in other countries in Europe, or that the Asia Pacific, they will lower their focus or attention in these areas in the short term. I mean that the policy, the priority will go to the Western hemisphere. And also we talk about that the security risk for United States actually is also increasing. In this case, the U.S. will short-term downplay
and Latin America,
focus on
Asia
other
Pacific,
countries.
and Europe. If you have to rank the priorities for the U.S. diplomatic policies, what is the ranking there? 如果您先来排序一下这个拉丁美洲、欧洲还有亚太对于美国外交政策的重要性来说，您大概是一个什么样的排序？接下来。
对，我觉得排序的话，实际上在美国的这个国家安全战略。
So talk about the policy priority. Actually, you look at the National Security Strategy Report of the United States that the Western Hemisphere is a priority, and another priority is the Asia Pacific region. So its competition or competitor actually has quite a clear that pointing, and also that the Asia Pacific region itself is also a center of the world economy. So it is also a very important region for the United States in terms of competition. Another priority is European countries. From its national security strategy report, actually Europe has actually weakened in terms of the importance. So the Western Hemisphere and then the Asia Pacific, and Europe is not really the top
那么接下来，作为亚太国家的话，还有亚太整个区域来说的话，是否美国在短期之内不会像它之前那样用非常多的能量跟这个资源来实现它的这个战略的目的，还是说，其实对于这个区域的国家来说，这个戒备心要跟以前一样，保持一样的警惕呢 ？So how vigilant should Asia Pacific be going forward in the next 5 years, let's say? As you mentioned, the Asia Pacific might not be the most important diplomatic area for the United States.
对，我觉得在亚太这个方向来讲的话
And then talking about Asia Pacific region,
这个清晰的一个政策导向的。
it also reflects a very clear policy orientation. So U.S. would like its allies or require its allies to assume greater security responsibilities. In this regard, relevant countries need to take a long time to adjust and adapt to the shift in U.S. policy. On the other hand, in the U.S., the concern or tension to the Western Hemisphere may also actually could cause that the allies to worry about the U.S. policy certainty, or that put a question mark that policy stability. So I believe that the allies in the Asia Pacific, their policy could also be shifted.
非常感谢您的时间，也非常感谢您的见解。那么，周志伟。是刚才的这位嘉宾是我们的周志伟先生，他是中国社会科学院拉美研究所国际关系研究室的主任，以及巴西研究中心的执行主任。That was our guest, Mr. Zhou Zhiwei. He is the director of the International Relations Research Office at the Latin America Research Institute of Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Thank you so much for your time and insights. Thank you once again. See you on the other side.
We begin with breaking news we're following right here on CGTN. President Donald Trump says the U.S. has captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife and flown them out of the country after large-scale strikes. Venezuelans have taken to the streets to protest the attacks by the United States. The Venezuelan government has accused the U.S. of attacking civilian and military installations in multiple states and rejected what it called imperialist aggression by Washington. Before Trump's announcement of Maduro's capture, the Venezuelan president had declared a national emergency. The U.S. strikes, which lasted about an hour, targeted critical areas, including the capital, Caracas. Key sites had included the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports. And Venezuela has demanded that the United Nations Security Council hold an emergency meeting condemning what it called a brutal, unjustified, and unilateral armed aggression by the United States. The demand was made in a letter from Venezuela's permanent UN mission, which also urged the UN to issue a strong condemnation of U.S. strikes, demand an immediate halt to all military attacks, and take measures to hold the U.S. government accountable. And now for more reactions from Latin America, let's check in with our Paulo Cabral in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Paulo, this no doubt sets a dangerous precedent of U.S. intervention in Latin America, and we've had regional countries reacting to this very dangerous and very dramatic development in Venezuela. Talk to us about how Brazil is reacting to what is happening.
That's right. We had some reactions in Latin America. So let's start with Brazil. Actually, a meeting has been called in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The problem is that both the Minister of Foreign Affairs and President Lula were out of Brazil on holidays. President Lula da Silva on the coast and Minister Mauro Vieira also on holidays. So it's not clear who is going.
Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemns it as criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded an urgent response from the international community. Iran has called the U.S. attack a flagrant violation of Venezuela's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And Chile has expressed condemnation and called for a peaceful solution. Spain has called for a de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. The U.S. strikes on Venezuela's capital jolted many residents awake early this morning. CGTN spoke with a young content creator in Caracas who was live on TikTok when explosions began and captured the moment in real time. Here is his account of what happened.
Dios mío, ¿cómo se puso esto, pues? ¿Qué está pasando, marico? No, papi, son gente inocente, maldita sea, huevón, son gente inocente.
Y enfrente a mi casa.
In front of my house, where you may have already seen the live stream, several explosions occurred. Not just one, but several. I managed to capture one of them live, including flashes in the background.
And how many explosions in total did you hear?
Uf, ¿cuántas explosiones nos escuchamos?
More than 10 explosions. I went live at that moment to find out how many people were affected and to check on different areas, because I'm in one zone and other areas had it worse. People felt scared.
There has been news from U.S. official that says President Trump ordered this attack. What is your reaction?
Bueno, la verdad,
I'll say it again. I think this was an unnecessary action. I have nothing to do with politics. I don't want to get involved in that. I'm a content creator from Venezuela. I'm stuck here, but I do believe this was unnecessary. I think better terms could have been reached. There's been so much talk about this already. But for us Venezuelans, this is new, very new. We always look for the calmest way to resolve things, and I don't agree with this approach. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Fighting among ourselves, that's been normal, but with another country, it's complicated.
Are you scared right now? What is your plan for the coming days?
After all this, Venezuela is going to be paralyzed. Something difficult is going to happen here. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Right now, we don't know what we're going to do. What worries me is finding food, staying safe, and staying home. It's going to be very difficult to leave. Any exit route will be congested, and we're not safe anywhere right now.
And for the very latest from within Venezuela, I'm now joined on the phone by our reporter Fernando Jaruguri in Caracas. Fernando, It's very important to get a picture of what is happening real time in Venezuela right now. Just now, we saw angry people take to the streets to protest those U.S. strikes that saw President Maduro captured. Can you get us caught up with the very latest that is happening in the country?
Well, at this moment, there is a lot of uncertainty about the streets. Most of the streets are quiet, with the exception of security forces and police forces, and a small number of pro-Chavez population that went out the street, but the number is very few, very small. Most people is keeping at home, afraid that they will get wounded either by new attacks or by the own security forces of the government. One important thing is at this point while we are talking, the radio and TV stations from the state are transmitting normally, asking the people to go out the street to support President Maduro. But it seems that there is not much result on that.
Fernando, another very important question to all of this is that this is a sitting president that was taken and captured by the United States. Is the Venezuelan government still functioning at this moment? Who is calling the shots in Venezuela right now, and how has the government responded?
Okay, so far the only visible reaction from government is from Delcy Rodriguez, that from Moscow has requested live proof and the whereabouts of President Maduro, and the Vice President of Security Forces, Diosdado Cabello, who is in the street, going around the city of Caracas, checking that everything remains quiet. So far, that's the only visible reaction of government of these two important allies of President Chavez, which is the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez and the Vice President of Security, Diosdado Cabello.
Fernando, I'll leave you there for now, but we do hope to check back in with you throughout the broadcast to get the latest from within Venezuela. We appreciate your reporting at this moment. Fernando in Caracas for us this hour. Thank you so much. I do want to also bring in Wang Yiwei, Director of the Institute of International Affairs at Renmin University of China. Professor Wang, obviously so many questions await answers here, and the rationale and the legality of the U.S. operation, the U.S. strikes that saw Maduro taken and captured is very much in question. In your view, Professor, how does Washington justify these dramatic developments and those strikes against Venezuela?
Well, since the 1898, United States defeated Spain and launched the Monroe Doctrine in the past less than a century. United States 41 times invade Latin America, either through coup or the special military operation in the name of anti-communism or any other extremism or anti-terror. So this time to make sure that the Latin Americans strategic assets that Venezuela, which has a loss of the oil, not be controlled by any unfriend of the government or external force. So that's basically written very clearly in the recent list of the national security strategy of the United States, so-called the colonialism of the Monroe Doctrine of the Trump's style.
Professor, this development obviously has regional countries on edge here because what normally follows a regime change could be civil unrest, civil instability, and following that, an influx of refugees to neighboring countries. We've seen Colombia deploying additional security forces to its border and citing concerns over a potential massive influx of refugees from Venezuela. What are your thoughts on the aftermath of those attacks against Venezuela by the United States?
Well, of course, this invasion want to create the panic in Latin America. Then all other leaders, including maybe other leaders like, which threat to the U.S. interests, will also follow similar track. So that's reason because of they are too much look to the east. So many structured connections from China, for instance, so which undermine the Americans' influence. United States seems, I think, the Monroe Doctrine put Latin America as a backyard of the United States.
Professor Wang, we appreciate your time and your analysis. Thank you so much for joining us on CGTN this hour. The Trump administration strikes inside Venezuela, and its alleged capture of President Nicolas Maduro is just the latest in a series of military pressure exerted on the Latin American country. And this includes recent deadly attacks on what the U.S. calls suspected narco-trafficking boats off Venezuela's coast. But Washington's moves are unsurprising. From 1898 to 1994, the U.S. intervened to change governments 41 times, once every 28 months for nearly a century. With decades of failed intervention still looming, Latin America now watches warily as history threatens to repeat. Our Anita Soledad Perez reports from Miami.
December 1989. U.S. forces invade Panama to remove its leader, Manuel Noriega, and bring him to the U.S. to face drug charges. At least 500 civilians died. More than 3 decades later, Panama still struggles with corruption and drug trafficking. The pattern repeats across the region. Haiti, occupied by the U.S. multiple times, remains the hemisphere's poorest country. The 1983 U.S. Grenada invasion and the 1973 U.S.-backed military coup in Chile killed thousands, creating migration waves still felt today.
Even as the economics maybe have gone poorly due to both, mismanagement, corruption, and also the sanctions, obviously, which are intended to sabotage the economy. Even as that has happened, there is still a nationalist sentiment that is strong in Venezuela. And people like Rubio and Trump, they don't understand that at all.
Nicaragua offers a stark parallel. The U.S.-backed Contra war left about 30,000 dead in the country.
Unfortunately, the National Guard has been used for the last 40-some years as the instrument of domination for the United States of America.
Despite this history, supporters of military action in Venezuela cite the 1989 Panama invasion as a model. Analysts warn the comparison is misleading.
Panama is an incredible example because the U.S. had over 10,000 troops inside the country at the time. So they were able to simply move those troops into place. There was no invasion needed. Of course, Panama was a tenth of the size population-wise at the time, and it's a very small country where the U.S. had a major role. There's almost nothing similar about it other than the drug kind of pretext for it.
Some Latin American governments remain notably silent over the military buildup, wary of U.S. unpredictability. Even some Venezuelan Americans who want President Nicolás Maduro removed fear the chaos of a changing government.
From the U.S. perspective, when they see a government like Maduro's, they'd prefer, in many cases, to have that government gone, and they're willing to take the risk of chaos and violence because they won't experience it. But for Venezuelans who have ties to the country, even if they really are strong opponents of Maduro, they're going to have concerns about that because their families are going to be the ones impacted.
Donald Trump says that the U.S. has captured Maduro following military strikes on Venezuela. Our correspondent Nick Hopper has more from Washington, D.C.
But we're still waiting for official word from the US government, but various different news agency and US networks are reporting that Donald Trump ordered these strikes on Venezuela. One official telling CBS News, speaking under the condition of anonymity, that the president ordered strikes on various sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. And as we've seen, the largest military complex inside Caracas, the capital itself, there have been explosions, fires currently taking place. It seems as if that was one of the locations that the US president has targeted. And of course, this comes off the back of months of escalating rhetoric from the United States. Donald Trump on multiple occasions suggesting that he was ready to carry out strikes on Venezuela, and that coming after we have seen these strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the area around Venezuela. A couple of extra strikes happening in just the last 48 hours with 8 extra people killed. But we have seen attempts, I guess, just even in the last few days from the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela to try and extend an olive branch. The Venezuelan president saying that he was ready for talks with the United States whenever and wherever they wanted, saying that he would be happy to engage in talks about drug smuggling, but also looking at the possibility of offering US companies access to Venezuelan oil.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
taken to the streets to protest those U.S. attacks against Venezuela. And what is the latest from where you are?
Hi, Gongster. This is Billy Champagne reporting from the city center of Caracas. Back in the background is the bustling metro station. Normally, Saturdays, there was a lot of people passing by, but as we can observe now, it's almost empty. So from the hotel to this square, which is called Altamira Square in the city center, I observed many aspects which is normal. The first aspect that there are few people on the street, a limited number of people. I asked them what happened yesterday night. They respond very coldly. It seems they are very nervous and they are a little bit uncertain about the future of their country, about their safety. This is the first aspect. The second aspect is that we can know in the city center, but there's no satellite navigation location system, because I have turned on my GPS test application, which shows that there's no fixing, which means we cannot locate exactly where am I now by using the navigation system. Also, that means the taxi hailing system, taxi hailing service here is abnormal. We cannot hail any taxi on the street. We cannot hail any taxi by the application. And also, there are few cars passing by, because this is a very important transportation center here. Normally, there's a lot of noisy back in my background, but now it's almost empty. The thing is, we can still use the mobile service. We can also use the home internet here. But for more information, we need to go to other areas, which is different, because we have heard the stories. We have heard the report that there's a lot of people in some other parts of this city are taken to the street for demonstration. So that is not in the area, the city town. So I would update more information to you.
Yeah, Xiangping, you mentioned both elements of normalcy and disruptions to the normal order there in Caracas. I'm just wondering, do you get a sense that the Venezuelan government is still functioning as normally as possible at this moment? Because we've heard Venezuelan officials react to these attacks by the United States, but there's no clear picture on who is calling the shots in Venezuela, or is the government functioning as well as it could possibly be in the aftermath of those dramatic attacks from the United States?
Yeah, from what I have observed and what I have read from the local newspaper and the local news television, the situation here is still normal. And the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, is still in the charge of the main function of the government. She is declared that the U.S. government should disclose the exact location of the President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. And also, from what I have observed on the street, things are functioning normally. But there's still, in the air, there's still permits a kind of uncertainty, because people are here very nervous. And we need to have more observation locally here. So back to you, Zhongshi.
Xiangping, we appreciate your reporting at this moment. We do look forward to checking in back with you throughout the day to get more details and more updates on the situation there in Caracas and in the rest of Venezuela. Thank you so much for that update. And we know Venezuela has demanded that the United Nations Security Council hold an emergency meeting condemning what it called a brutal, unjustified, and unilateral armed aggression by the United States. The demand was made in a letter from Venezuela's permanent UN mission, which also urged the UN to issue a strong condemnation of the U.S. strikes, demand an immediate halt to all military attacks, and take measures to hold the U.S. government accountable. And Venezuela's Labor Minister Eduardo Piñate has reiterated the support conveyed by several countries for the country.
distintos gobiernos dignos del mundo, presidentes
governments
de
in the
Cuba,
world,
de Irán, de
presidents
Turquía,
of
de
Cuba,
Colombia, y
of
diversas
Iran,
partes que se han
Colombia,
pronunciado
many
sobre todo
parts
las
of the world
organizaciones sociales
have
en el
spoken
mundo
for
se han
Venezuela.
pronunciado, los pueblos
Also, a lot of
a la
organizations around the
solidaridad es el
world,
llamado
the
que le hacemos,
peoples,
a los pueblos a
and
la
its
solidaridad, a
solidarity,
defender a la patria venezolana. Los pueblos
and calling
latinoamericanos y
us
del
to
Caribe
defend
saben que esta no es
our
una agresión
Venezuelan
contra
motherland.
Venezuela, es una agresión
Our
contra todos
brothers
los
in the
pueblos de
Caribbean
este continente
are
por
convinced that
parte de
this is
quien
a
pretende
imperialistic
seguir
aggression against
hegemonizando al
Venezuela.
mundo como si estuviéramos en los años 40 y 50.
And
Estamos en un
we are
nuevo
convinced
siglo
that the
y
world
este
is
es el siglo
going
de los
back to
pueblos
the
y aquí
40s. And this kind of law cannot
al
prevail.
imperialismo.
Muchísimas gracias,
Gracias a
por su
usted.
tiempo.
And for more developments on the ground in Caracas, our correspondent Leonel Ratamel Munoz is in the capital of Venezuela with the latest on the protests unfolding across the city.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Saludos desde la capital venezolana, Caracas.
Greetings from the Venezuelan capital, Caracas. At this time, a lot of sympathizers of the government have gathered here to express their anger towards the aggression that happened during the early hours in the Venezuelan capital and other places. Everyone is saying this is an imperialist aggression, including the mayor of Caracas, who also issued a statement. Everyone is supporting Nicolás Maduro as the constitutional president and reject the imperialist action of the United States. They are asking Donald Trump to leave Venezuela alone and prove that Maduro is well and alive. And this is an aggression against the whole of Venezuela. During the last weeks, there have been pretty intense diplomatic moves between both countries, also between other countries overseas like Somalia and Russia. And the people of Venezuela doesn't want to kneel down. This is a call to take the streets, to demonstrate their anger towards the attack. Also, the Venezuelan government has issued a decree of external emergency, and on this moment, the country and the whole people is in arms, according to the Venezuelan government. There have been many statements issued by the defense minister, also by the Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who confirmed that the location of Maduro was unknown at the time and called for the Venezuelan people to take the streets to demonstrate their anger. On the morning, the airport at La Carlota was also hit by a strike, but didn't suffer any personal damage. Now the information is that there are demonstrations all across the country in support of their elected president, Nicolás Maduro.
Donald Trump says that the U.S. has captured Maduro following military strikes on Venezuela. Our correspondent Nick Hopper has more from Washington, D.C.
But we're still waiting for official word from the US government, but various different news agency and US networks are reporting that Donald Trump ordered these strikes on Venezuela. One official telling CBS News, speaking under the condition of anonymity, that the president ordered strikes on various sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. And as we've seen, the largest military complex inside Caracas, the capital itself, there have been explosions, fires currently taking place. It seems as if that was one of the locations that the US president has targeted. And of course, this comes off the back of months of escalating rhetoric from the United States. Donald Trump on multiple occasions suggesting that he was ready to carry out strikes on Venezuela, and that coming after we have seen these strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the area around Venezuela, a couple of extra strikes happening in just the last 48 hours with 8 extra people killed. But we have seen attempts, I guess, just even in the last few days from the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela to try and extend an olive branch. The Venezuelan president saying that he was ready for talks with the United States whenever and wherever they wanted, saying that he would be happy to engage in talks about drug smuggling, but also looking at the possibility of offering US companies access to Venezuelan oil.
And Russia has expressed deep concern over what it calls an act of armed aggression against Venezuela committed by the United States. For the latest, our Dasha Chernyshova reports from Moscow.
Well, we've seen statements coming from different Russian politicians as well as Russia's foreign ministry. And the foreign ministry said that indeed Moscow is expressing its solidarity with the people of Venezuela and supports its course of Bolivarian leadership. We also have heard Moscow condemning this attack as an act of military aggression by the United States against Venezuela, saying that is not just condemned, but it is also raising concerns about stability in Latin America, which, according to Moscow, has always been the area of peace. And Moscow says that the sides have to refrain from further escalation of the tensions in that area. Moscow is also saying that the pretext, the excuses that have been used by the United States to launch this act of military aggression are completely inconsistent and unsubstantiated. And Moscow is saying that the UN Security Council has to convene as soon as possible to discuss what's happening there. We also hear in the Russian Foreign Ministry expressing concerns about the whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, suggesting that they are demanding immediate clarity on this situation. In Moscow, there is strong condemnation to what has happened, but you have also to keep in mind that Moscow has been playing a very important role in its strategic partnership with Caracas, with the strategic partnership deal signed and ratified by the two countries in 2025. But analysts here are stressing that even though there is the military cooperation clause, that does not oblige Moscow to provide any sort of military assistance to Caracas immediately.
The U.S. strikes on Venezuela have drawn responses from several nations. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has called for the United Nations Security Council to convene immediately and has deployed troops to its border with Venezuela. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemns it as criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded an urgent response from the international community. Iran has called the U.S. attack a flagrant violation of Venezuelan sovereignty and territorial integrity. Chile has expressed condemnation and called for a peaceful solution. Spain has called for de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. U.S. strikes on Venezuela's capital jolted many residents awake early this morning. CGTN spoke with a young content creator in Caracas who was live on TikTok when explosions began and captured the moment in real time. Here is his account to what happened.
Dios mío, ¿cómo se puso esto, pues? ¿Qué está pasando, marico? No, papi, son gente inocente, maldita sea, huevón, son gente inocente.
Y enfrente a mi casa.
In front of my house, where you may have already seen the live stream, several explosions occurred. Not just one, but several. I managed to capture one of them live, including flashes in the background.
And how many explosions in total did you hear?
Uf, ¿cuántas explosiones nos escuchamos?
More than 10 explosions. I went live at that moment to find out how many people were affected and to check on different areas, because I'm in one zone and other areas had it worse. People felt scared.
There has been news from US official that says President Trump ordered this attack. What is your reaction?
Bueno, la verdad,
I'll say it again. I think this was an unnecessary action. I have nothing to do with politics. I don't want to get involved in that. I'm a content creator from Venezuela. I'm stuck here, but I do believe this was unnecessary. I think better terms could have been reached. There's been so much talk about this already. But for us Venezuelans, this is new, very new. We always look for the calmest way to resolve things, and I don't agree with this approach. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Fighting among ourselves, that's been normal, but with another country, it's complicated.
Are you scared right now? What is your plan for the coming days?
After all this, Venezuela is going to be paralyzed. Something difficult is going to happen here. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Right now, we don't know what we're going to do. What worries me is finding food, staying safe, and staying home. It's going to be very difficult to leave. Any exit route will be congested, and we're not safe anywhere right now.
The Trump administration strikes inside Venezuela and its alleged capture of President Nicolas Maduro is just the latest in a series of military pressure exerted on the Latin American country. And this includes recent deadly attacks on what the U.S. calls suspected narco-trafficking boats off Venezuela's coast. But Washington's moves are unsurprising. From 1898 and 1994, the U.S. intervened to change governments 41 times, once every 28 months for nearly a century. With decades of failed intervention still looming, Latin America now watches wearily as history threatens to repeat. Our Nitza Soledad Perez reports from Miami.
December 1989. U.S. forces invade Panama to remove its leader, Manuel Noriega, and bring him to the U.S. to face drug charges. At least 500 civilians died. More than 3 decades later, Panama still struggles with corruption and drug trafficking. The pattern repeats across the region. Haiti, occupied by the U.S. multiple times, remains the hemisphere's poorest country. The 1983 U.S. Grenada invasion and the 1973 U.S.-backed military coup in Chile killed thousands, creating migration waves still felt today.
Even as the economics maybe have gone poorly due to both, mismanagement, corruption, and also the sanctions, obviously, which are intended to sabotage the economy. Even as that has happened, there is still a nationalist sentiment that is strong in Venezuela. And people like Rubio and Trump, they don't understand that at all.
Nicaragua offers a stark parallel. The U.S.-backed Contra war left about 30,000 dead in the country.
Unfortunately, the National Guard has been used for the last 40-some years as the instrument of domination for the United States of America.
Despite this history, supporters of military action in Venezuela cite the 1989 Panama invasion as a model. Analysts warn the comparison is misleading.
Panama is an incredible example because the U.S. had over 10,000 troops inside the country at the time. So they were able to simply move those troops into place. There was no invasion needed. Of course, Panama was a tenth of the size population-wise at the time, and it's a very small country where the U.S. had a major role. There's almost nothing similar about it other than the drug kind of pretext for it.
Some Latin American governments remain notably silent over the military buildup, wary of U.S. unpredictability. Even some Venezuelan Americans who want President Nicolás Maduro removed fear the chaos of a changing government.
From the U.S. perspective, when they see a government like Maduro's, they'd prefer, in many cases, to have that government gone, and they're willing to take the risk of chaos and violence because they won't experience it. But for Venezuelans who have ties to the country, even if they really are strong opponents of Maduro, they're going to have concerns about that because their families are going to be the ones impacted.
I want to bring back my guest, Wang Yue, Director of the Institute of International Affairs at Renmin University of China. Professor Wang, welcome back to our special coverage. When we talked earlier, you mentioned how these attacks against Venezuela fall into the long-running pattern of U.S. intervention in Latin America. But this time, will it be different? What could possibly follow? Are we looking at a possible power vacuum in Venezuela? When we talked to our reporter just now on the ground in Caracas, he pointed out that it seems for now the government is still working and functioning. Professor Wang, what could follow next?
Well, the drug oil, all the excuse actually for this invasion. The real purpose of the two, number one, of course, warn any government hostile to the U.S., you will be the next. So Maduro is the first one. So the American back, this is a real Monroe Doctrine. And the second one, of course, to warn any Latin American countries, either to live in the American-led so-called free world with the sovereign state and the free economy, or the parallel world that seeks the investment from another side of the world. Definitely, this is China, according to the U.S. recent release of the National Security Strategy. So their strategic access and investment should be in Americans' control, not from external world.
Professor, U.S. officials have claimed that Nicolas Maduro will stand trial in the United States. Let's not forget, this is a sitting president of a sovereign nation taken and removed from power in broad daylight, flown out of the country to stand trial in the U.S. That in itself is an extraordinary chain of events that have taken place today. What do you make of the legal procedures that Maduro could possibly face, and where is legality in all of this?
Well, again, of course, there are also the same two signals. Number one, this is Latin American. This is my backyard. This, according to the Monroe Doctrine, I hold the justice. I have the international order. I have all of the legal rights to do whatever I want. And secondly, there also is want to send a signal to the domestic of Americans orders, particularly for the MEGA. I did not launch the war. I just, make trail of the leaders and not too much involved of the Americans' resources in Latin America. So particularly this year is the midterm election year. So at the very beginning, this is a very Trump's style of invasion.
I mean, did you anticipate that this could happen at all, Professor? I mean, when you laid out the purpose and the goals of these U.S. attacks against Venezuela, do you also anticipate that this could be all there is of U.S. attacks against Venezuela after that they have captured Nicolas Maduro? Will that conclude their military actions, their military attacks against Venezuela? Well, it looks like we lost our guest over there, Professor Wang Yiwei. We'll see if we can get him back later in our program. Now let's have a recap of the story we're following for you this hour. The United States saying President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores have been indicted in a New York court on several charges, including narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and conspiracy to destructive devices against the U.S. And this was the statement on Saturday by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, following President Donald Trump's announcement of the capture of Maduro and his wife after large-scale strikes. Venezuelans have taken to the streets to protest the attacks by the United States. The Venezuelan government has accused the U.S. of attacking civilian and military installations in multiple states and rejected what it called imperialist aggression by Washington. Before Trump's announcement of Maduro's capture, the Venezuelan president had declared a national emergency. The U.S. strikes, which lasted about 1 hour, targeted critical areas, including the capital, Caracas. Key sites hit included the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports. And that is it for this edition of The World Today from Beijing. There's more coverage ahead from our colleagues in London. Make sure you do stay with us right here on CGTN.
Hello everyone, you're now watching the CGTN live coverage. I'm Dakai in Beijing and we're bringing to you the latest on U.S.-Venezuela tensions. Earlier, we've learned U.S. President Donald Trump saying the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. The announcement follows the U.S. confirmation of large-scale strikes against Venezuela. And we also learned that Trump earlier posted on his Truth Social that there will be a press conference at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Meanwhile, U.S. Attorney General Pen Bondi said Maduro and his wife were charged in a New York district court, and they are to face charges after New York indictment. In response, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has demanded proof of life for both President Maduro and his wife. The U.S. Embassy in Venezuela has issued a warning advising its citizens to avoid traveling to the Latin American nation. The U.S. strikes, which lasted about an hour, targeted critical areas, including the capital Caracas. Key sites hit included the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports in Venezuela. And shortly after the strikes, President Maduro declared a state of emergency, calling on the people to mobilize and defeat what he termed imperialist aggression. Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. And Venezuelan Foreign Minister Ivan Gil also said that they need proof of life for the president Maduro. And the foreign minister said the U.S. and President Trump must take responsibility for the physical safety of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores and immediately return them. The U.S. strikes on Venezuela have drawn responses from several nations. Earlier, we learned Denmark foreign minister said that we need to get back on track toward de-escalation and dialogue. International law must be respected. And also, Colombian President Gustavo Petro has called for the United Nations Security Council to convene immediately. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemns it as criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded an urgent response from the international community. Russia says it's deeply concerned and has labeled it an act of armed aggression. Spain has called for de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. Italy's foreign ministry says they're monitoring the situation with particular attention to the Italian community there. All right, for now, we're joined by Cao Ting, director of the Latin American Research Center at Fudan University.
Taken or captured out of the country. This also caused the concerns by other countries, especially the countries in the region. So that also caused the panic and worry in the regional countries. And also we could see in the recent years that a left wing of the political stage, right wing on the stage. If we talk about the right wing countries coming to power, that also provide opportunity for U.S. to use this kind of military operation to get his chance, and such a political ecology of regional countries will become the consideration of the United States. So what do you think that does this move signal a major shift in U.S. policy toward Latin America in the context of intensifying great power rivalry? What broader implications could it have for the global geopolitical order and international stability? Well, as we know, the United States just released the latest version of its national security strategy, and it could see that it put the Western Hemisphere in a very important position. So people believe that this is also can be regarded as the return to the Monroe doctrine, and that this time we could see the U.S. has re-elevated the Western Hemisphere to an unprecedented important position, and the move or use of force by the U.S. against Venezuela also actually extremely manifestation the implementation of such strategy, and also would like to actually get the control or strengthen such a strategic position and control in Latin America, especially get these oil resources. And that's also actually show very clearly to that the other major countries like China and Russia. So we talk about the move this time will also cause the greater concern in other countries in the Latin American region. And also you mentioned about the implication to the global geopolitical order and international stability. So over the long time, such great power competition or the competition between major powers actually exist for a really long time, but all the countries follow such a diplomatic bottom line of mutual respect. But we could see that at this time, the action actually broke the diplomatic pattern in Latin America. That also will cause or arose some opposition from the left-wing countries. You could see that from the Brazil, Colombia, such a condemnation of such action by the United States. And we also talk about that this kind of interference in the Middle East, and also that the Panama case in 1989. But the U.S. actually were now subject or has not been subject to corresponding sanctions and punishment. So people are actually quite worried that this kind of act, especially that will pose threat to the international stability. Thank you very much.
Coverage at CGTN on U.S.-Venezuela tensions. More details straight ahead. Stay with us. We're now watching.
哎，好，好，哎，好嘞，好嘞，谢谢。哦，是吗？哦，OK，我本来以为是连线，等一下吧。
The whereabouts of President Maduro or his wife. She demanded an immediate proof of life from President Maduro and the First Lady.
In the face of this brutal situation and in the face of this brutal attack, we have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores. We demand from the government of Donald Trump immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady. We demand respect for our international rights. We condemn this brutal way, savage aggression against our country that has taken the lives of military officials who will now become martyrs of our country and that have taken the lives of innocent civilian Venezuelans in all of the different attack locations, such as the capital, Aragua State, Miranda State, and La Guaira State.
Venezuela has demanded that the United Nations Security Council hold an emergency meeting condemning what it called a brutal, unjustified, and unilateral armed aggression by the United States. The demand was made in a letter from Venezuela's permanent UN mission, which also urged the UN to issue a strong condemnation of the U.S. strikes, demand an immediate halt to all military attacks, and take measures to hold the U.S. government accountable. And for the very latest, let's check in with our reporter Fernando Jaregui in Caracas. Fernando, talk to us about the latest in Venezuela, especially in the capital, Caracas. Is there order and normalcy in Caracas? Because we understand some angry people have taken to the streets to protest these attacks by the United States.
Well, at this point, as far as we can see, everything is fairly quiet in the Caracas streets. There are numbers of pro-supporters of Chavez or Nicolás Maduro who are gathering in specific points to express their rejection to the attacks and the possible kidnap of President Maduro and his wife. So anyway, these people on the streets that are government support are calm. There are no any conflicts of any kind so far.
It seems that for now, the Venezuelan government is still working and functioning. We've heard from the vice president, for example, who demands proof that Nicolas Maduro is alive. We've heard from other high-level officials and their frustrations and their anger towards these U.S. attacks. How is the Venezuelan government working at the moment? Do you get the sense that it is still functioning as normally as possible under the circumstances?
Yes, so far it looks that way, to the point that many ministers and state government are talking on the radio and TV government-owned control, where they speak about rejecting what is happening in Venezuela. So, for example, the fact that those government TV and radio stations are still working the same is a sign that still, at this moment, government of President Maduro has some control. We don't know how far this will go, but at this moment, the ministers and state governments of Venezuela are showing on the TV of the government TV stations rejecting all that is happening in this moment.
All right, Fernando, we appreciate your reporting this hour. Thank you so much for the information you gave us. Venezuela's Labor Minister Eduardo Piñate has reiterated the support conveyed by several countries for Venezuela.
Different dignified governments of the world, the presidents of Cuba, Iran, Turkey, Colombia, and various parties have already spoken out, especially social organizations in the world. The peoples have spoken out in solidarity. It is the call we make to the peoples to solidarity to defend the Venezuelan homeland. The peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean know that this is not an aggression against Venezuela. It is an aggression against all the peoples of this continent. From those who intend to continue hegemonizing the world, if we were in the 40s and 50s, we are in a new century, and this is the century of the peoples. And here we will defeat imperialism. Thank you so much.
Venezuelans have gathered outside the presidential residence to show support for President Maduro, condemn the U.S. attacks, and call on the international community to speak out in their country's defense.
In the face of this long-standing and relentless assault, I must speak to international organizations today. Please stop being accomplices to a government that sees itself as the self-proclaimed savior of the world. Under the guise of saving the world, this government is actually seeking to seize wealth and pursue its own interests, not for humanity, nor for this planet. Today, the Venezuelan people here demand that those international organizations who call themselves fighters for world peace take a stand and acknowledge that there is a president elected by the people and a nation with dignity.
We're
going to continue in the streets of Venezuela. We're going to continue because there's a legacy to defend, and we'll defend the homeland. We're sure that loyalty will continue to be seen in the next few hours, and well, we're waiting to see and know that our leader, President Nicolas Maduro, constitutionally elected by the people. We know that behind all this is oil. It's the wealth of Venezuela. It's because of drug trafficking. It's not for anything that's false. It's all a purpose to steal Venezuela's riches. And since we never knelt before an empire, we do not do what they want.
U.S. strikes on Venezuela's capital jolted many residents awake early this morning. CGTN spoke with a young content creator in Caracas who was live on TikTok when explosions began and captured the moment in real time. Here is his account to what happened.
Dios mío, ¿cómo se puso esto, pues? ¿Qué está pasando, marico? No, papi, son gente inocente, maldita sea, huevón, son gente inocente.
Y enfrente a mi casa.
In front of my house, where you may have already seen the live stream, several explosions occurred. Not just one, but several. I managed to capture one of them live, including flashes in the background.
And how many explosions in total did you hear?
¿Cuántas explosiones nos escuchamos?
More than 10 explosions. I went live at that moment to find out how many people were affected and to check on different areas, because I'm in one zone and other areas had it worse. People felt scared.
There has been news from U.S. official that says President Trump ordered this attack. What is your reaction?
I'll say it again. I think this was an unnecessary action. I have nothing to do with politics. I don't want to get involved in that. I'm a content creator from Venezuela. I'm stuck here, but I do believe this was unnecessary. I think better terms could have been reached. There's been so much talk about this already, but for us Venezuelans, this is new, very new. We always look for the calmest way to resolve things, and I don't agree with this approach. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Fighting among ourselves, that's been normal, but with another country, it's complicated.
Are you scared right now? What is your plan for the coming days?
After all this, Venezuela is going to be paralyzed. Something difficult is going to happen here. It's the first time we're witnessing this kind of thing, war with another country. Right now, we don't know what we're going to do. What worries me is finding food, staying safe, and staying home. It's going to be very difficult to leave. Any exit route will be congested, and we're not safe anywhere right now.
And prior to today's attacks on Venezuela, U.S. President Trump repeatedly threatened action against Maduro. On December 23rd last year, he said it would be smart for Maduro to leave power. Our correspondent Nick Hopper has more from Washington, D.C.
The president ordered strikes on various sites inside Venezuela, including military facilities. And as we've seen, the largest military complex inside Caracas, the capital itself, there have been explosions, fires currently taking place. It seems as if that was one of the locations that the US president has targeted. And of course, this comes off the back of months of escalating rhetoric from the United States. Donald Trump on multiple occasions suggesting that he was ready to carry out strikes on Venezuela, and that coming after we have seen these strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the area around Venezuela, a couple of extra strikes happening in just the last 48 hours with 8 extra people killed. But we have seen attempts, I guess, just even in the last few days from the Nicolas Maduro government in Venezuela to try and extend an olive branch. The Venezuelan president saying that he was ready for talks with the United States whenever and wherever they wanted, saying that he would be happy to engage in talks about drug smuggling, but also looking at the possibility of offering US companies access to Venezuelan oil.
An update on the situation there. U.S. President Donald Trump told Fox News that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores were taken to a ship after their capture by U.S. forces and will be transported to New York. We'll keep you updated on the situation when more information becomes available. The U.S. strikes on Venezuela have drawn responses from several nations. Colombian President Gustavo Petro has called for the United Nations Security Council to convene immediately and has deployed troops to its border with Venezuela. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemns it as criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded an urgent response from the international community. Iran has called the U.S. attack a flagrant violation of Venezuela's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Chile has expressed condemnation and called for a peaceful solution. Spain has called for de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. And let's also get the European perspective on all of this. Our Will Danslow is live for us in Brussels. Will, the EU Council President Antonio Costa has called for respect for international law, while EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs Kaja Kallas has also reiterated this, but adds that Maduro lacks legitimacy. What more have EU leaders had to say?
That's absolutely right, and we know that Kaja Kallas has spoken with US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Now, in a social media post, Kaja Kallas says the top priority, as far as she is concerned, is the protection and safety of all European citizens currently residing in Venezuela. Now, as you rightly mentioned, she also said in this post that the Maduro regime lacked legitimacy, but also called for international law and the UN Charter to be respected. This comes, as we've heard just a few moments ago, from a spokesperson for the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who suggests that international law may not have been complied with. Now, when it comes to what else we've heard from the European Council President Antonio Costa, well, as well as those comments you say about them wanting international law to be respected, he also said he is calling for an inclusive, peaceful and democratic solution going forward. We've heard from some European politicians, though, going even further when it comes to condemnation of Washington's actions. Marine Le Pen, the opposition leader in France, says that while she doesn't support the Maduro regime, she does, however, say that this is not an acceptable act that the US conducted and that it must be an internal matter that needs to be respected. We've also heard from the head of the SND party, a major European party in the European Parliament here in Brussels, going further, saying that democracy was never built on bombs and force, nor the interests of US President Donald Trump.
Will Danslow with a live report for us in Brussels this hour. Will, we appreciate your reporting as always. Thank you so much. Russia has expressed a deep concern over what it calls an act of armed aggression against Venezuela committed by the United States. For the very latest, Ardesha Chernyshova has this report from Moscow.
Well, we've seen statements coming from different Russian politicians as well as Russia's foreign ministry. And the foreign ministry said that indeed Moscow is expressing its solidarity with the people of Venezuela and supports its course of Bolivarian leadership. We also have heard Moscow condemning this attack as an act of military aggression by the United States against Venezuela, saying that is not just condemned, but it is also raising concerns about stability in Latin America, which, according to Moscow, has always always been the area of peace, and Moscow says that the sides have to refrain from further escalation of the tensions in that area. Moscow is also saying that the pretext, the excuses that have been used by the United States to launch this act of military aggression are completely inconsistent and unsubstantiated, and Moscow is saying that the UN Security Council has to convene as soon as possible to discuss what's happening there. We also hear in the Russian Foreign Ministry expressing concerns about the whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, suggesting that they are demanding immediate clarity on this situation. In Moscow, there is strong condemnation to what has happened, but you have also to keep in mind that Moscow has been playing a very important role in its strategic partnership with Caracas, with the strategic partnership deal signed and ratified by the two countries in 2025. But analysts here are stressing that even though there is the military cooperation clause, that does not oblige Moscow to provide any sort of military assistance to Caracas immediately.
China says it is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the United States' blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Beijing says such hegemonic acts of the U.S. seriously violate international law and Venezuelan sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. And China firmly opposes it. It calls on the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. The Chinese Foreign Ministry and the Chinese Embassy in Venezuela have advised Chinese citizens to temporarily refrain from traveling to the country. This follows U.S. military strikes against Venezuela on Saturday. Chinese citizens and institutions in Venezuela are urged to closely monitor local security developments, strengthen safety precautions and emergency preparedness, and avoid unnecessary outings. They're also advised to stay clear of conflict zones and other sensitive areas. Joining us for more insight is Victor Gao, Chair Professor at Soochow University. Professor, welcome to our program. My first question to you, the U.S. has framed its actions as a war on drugs. If that were the sole purpose of the U.S. operations of Venezuela, is removing its president, a sitting president of a sovereign nation, proportionate to serving that purpose? Is it legal in any way?
The whole world knows what the United States did to Venezuela is an act of war. It's an act of aggression. It's a serious violation of international law and a complete violation of the United Nations Charter. It's a complete violation of the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Venezuela as a sovereign country. In that sense, you also need to ask, what exactly is the United States about to do? I think what the United States under President Trump really cares about is to plunder the largest oil reserve in Venezuela and try to dominate above the people of Venezuela and try to subjugate the country of Venezuela to the dominance of the United States. Now, this is really not the bright spot of the United States. And this is really calling back for the rule of the jungle. This is the powerful country dominating above weaker nations. And I don't think this will reflect well on the United States as a leading country in the world.
Professor, President Trump authorized this attack without congressional approval. What legal and political challenges could he face domestically?
Well, I think it depends on what will evolve in the coming few days and weeks. I suspect that the people in Venezuela and in South America, as well as throughout Latin America, and possibly also in other countries, including the Caribbean and elsewhere in the world, will rise up in indignation and condemn what the United States did in violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Venezuela. It also very much depends on what eventually domestically will evolve in the coming few days and weeks in Venezuela, and how the United Nations Security Council, which has been requested by the Foreign Ministry of Venezuela for an immediate consultation about what the United States did to Venezuela on local time, January the 3rd. So I think a lot is in the air right now. And for the people in the United States, I don't think they will take actions firmly against what President Trump and his government did to Venezuela, because they were told that the action was based on the fight against drug, for example, exported by Venezuela to the United States. And the United States actually has failed to come up with any firm indication or evidence incriminating President Maduro himself or the Venezuela government, etc. It reminds people of many things the United States had done over the past decades or even past several hundred years in dealing with the native Indian tribes, for example, in dealing with other countries in the world, and in launching one war after another against so many other countries in the world. And in this particular case, I don't think the United States has produced any real evidence incriminating President Maduro and the government of Venezuela or the whole country of Venezuela. And what exactly they are driving at, in my best judgment, is to create a situation where regime change will happen in Venezuela in the coming few weeks or months, and eventually the United States will plunder the oil reserve in Venezuela and force Venezuela to step in tune with the United States rather than continuing to follow its own independent foreign policy.
Hi everyone, you're now watching the CGTN live coverage. I'm Dakai in Beijing, and we're bringing to you the latest updates on U.S.-Venezuela tensions. Earlier, we learned that U.S. President Donald Trump, the U.S. side actually is saying that the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are aboard a U.S. warship and will face prosecution in New York. This happens after the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. The announcement follows, of course, the U.S. confirmation of large-scale strikes against targets in the country. Trump also said in his Truth Social post that there will be a press conference at 11 a.m. local time at Mar-a-Lago Resort in Florida. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Maduro and his wife were charged in a New York district court, and they are to face charges after New York indictment. In response, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has demanded proof of life for both President Maduro and his wife. The U.S. Embassy in Venezuela has issued a warning advising its citizens to avoid traveling to the Latin American nation. The U.S. strikes, which lasted about an hour, targeted critical areas, including the capital, Caracas. Key sites hit, including the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports. And shortly after the strikes, President Maduro declared a state of emergency, calling on the people to mobilize and defeat what he termed imperialist aggression. Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. Venezuelan Foreign Minister Ivan Gil said Venezuelan side need proof of life for the president. He said U.S. and President Trump must take responsibility for the physical safety of President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady Celia Flores and return them immediately. And we've also had some responses worldwide. For example, the UN Secretary General has said the UN is deeply alarmed by the recent escalation in Venezuela, culminating with today's United States military action in the country, which has potential worrying implications for the region. He also said that they continues to emphasize the importance of full respect by all of international law, including the UN Charter. He's deeply concerned that the rules of international law have not been respected. The Secretary General calls on all actors in Venezuela to engage in inclusive dialogue in full respect of human rights and the rule of law. And Colombian President Gustavo Petro has called for the United Nations Security Council to convene immediately. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemns the strike as criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded urgent response from the international community. Russia says it's deeply concerned and has labeled it as an act of armed aggression. Spain has called for de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. Italy's foreign ministry says they're monitoring the situation with particular attention to the Italian community there. Iran called the U.S. attack a flagrant violation of Venezuela's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and Chile expressed condemnation and called for a peaceful resolution. China's foreign ministry just moments ago said that China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the U.S. blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Such hegemonic acts, according to China's foreign ministry, of the U.S. seriously violates international law and Venezuela's sovereignty and threatens peace and security in Latin America and Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it and it calls on the U.S. to abide by the international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. Right. For more, let me bring in our correspondent, Paulo Cabral, who's now in São Paulo, Brazil. Hi there, Paulo. Just to start, maybe tell us how Brazil is reacting to the situation regarding Venezuela.
It's been happening in Latin America more or less as expected, condemning the attack of the United States. I mean, expected for this leftist countries, leftist governments, as it is the case of Brazil with President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. He published a post on social media. There was much expectation for his reaction, and he published a post on social media also calling this an unjust aggression and saying that this is the kind of attitude that can plunge the world into chaos and go against the principles of multilateralism, which is something that the Brazilian government defends quite often. Lula da Silva is not as close, was not as close to the government of Venezuela and to Nicolás Maduro as he was 1 year back, let's say. Until 2024, Maduro and Venezuela had in the Brazilian leftist government of Lula da Silva and one of their closest allies. But since Lula da Silva did not recognize Maduro's last re-election, this relationship is not as good. Nevertheless, Lula da Silva did speak to Nicolás Maduro in the beginning of December, and Brazil does defend the idea of a peaceful South America, peaceful Latin America, and that's what we are expecting Brazil will work for. There is a meeting happening right now in Brasilia, in the capital. There is a meeting happening in Brasilia to discuss how Brazil will react to this in more depth, and we expect to have more news about this. And just to round up Latin America, as you were saying, the reactions from leftist governments were as expected from Cuba, from Colombia, from Petro, from Miguel Diaz-Canel, condemning the attack, and then Javier Milei, a right-wing government, and very colorful in his manner of speaking, defended Donald Trump and said, hail the liberty, viva la libertad, and even ended with a swear word that has become kind of his slogan. So for leftist governments in Latin America, it's quite clear-cut and, let's say, easy in terms to react. They go against Donald Trump. For right-wing governments that often support Donald Trump and more vocal against Maduro, it's more of a delicate situation because, I mean, not easy defending a military intervention in the region, regardless of your political color.
Now, Donald Trump has repeatedly mentioned taking action against Venezuela. Why has he decided to take action now? What are the timing factors and political motivations behind this?
Well, look, there is the speeches, there is what we hear, what are the justifications used by the governments and what actually is going on. And so we have to divide and have to be, of course, very careful to try to stick to the facts and serious analysis. We're not here, of course, to speculate. So what the government of the United States has said is that they have declared the government of Venezuela a terrorist organization, and they have been particularly saying that the government of Venezuela has been involved in trafficking drugs to the United States. That's why you've seen those actions first of bombing ships for the coast of Venezuela and also accusing Maduro of being part of a cartel. So this is what Donald Trump says to attack Venezuela, to remove Maduro from power. Now, what a fact is that there is a flow of drugs, a flow of cocaine, particularly from South America, especially from the north of South America, Colombia, Bolivia, and even Venezuela to the United States. Whether there is involvement or even loose action of the Venezuelan government in this regard, it's something that we really do not have any specifics on that. It is the accusation of the United States. They have never really brought any evidence of that. Another fact, Venezuela is a country which is extremely rich in oil and is geographically close to the United States. So we can say also for a fact that the United States is very much interested in the oil in Venezuela. If this is one of the reasons for their action, well, then we get into the field of analysis. Many analysts say, yes, this is one reason the United States wants to be in control of Venezuelan oil. And then finally, we have, let's say, the broader political scenario right here. You know that the United States has always been a dominant force in Latin America, in South America. Often South America was referred to as the backyard of the United States. You know, since the end of World War II, the Monroe Doctrine, even before that, the Marshall Plan. I mean, decades and decades of history of the United States relevance and dominance in South America. Over the last decade, this has changed a lot. China is coming in strong with the economy, with investment here, is also, of course, expanding its presence and influence in the region. And so in a broader political term, and this is also something that we can understand from the speeches of Donald Trump, from government officials, they want to recover this influence. They want to recover the dominance in what many in the Trump administration consider their backyard. So this has also this deeper meaning of the United States trying to assert its power again in a region of the world that has always been, I'll use that word again, even in their own words, their backyard, and then they see their influence diminishing as the world changes, as the world order changes.
Mm-hmm. Now the U.S. President Donald Trump claims he has no intention of overthrowing Maduro's regime, yet the anti-drug campaign, I would say, is seen by many as a pretext. What do you think might be Trump's true intentions?
Well, I would say that in broader terms, I would say that the true intention is that Donald Trump did come to power on his first term and then on his second term, saying that it is time for the United States to assert again its power over the world. You just have to remember of his slogan, "Make America Great Again." That's what they say, and what it seems. And from their speeches, they see America great as a country with military mighty and taking care of the world, being the police of the world, as they have been for decades and decades, something that has changed a lot in the years before Donald Trump. So I would say that in broader terms, if you look really at the world and how the United States and Trump administration sees the world, I'd say that their, let's say, strategic objective, the longer term objective, is trying to reassert this United States power around the world. And so tactically, in shorter terms, what they are doing, for example, taking control of a country in their backyard that's rich in oil, overthrowing the Maduro government. They say they do not want to do that, but they did say they did remove the president to get him tried, to get him tried in a New York court. It does make me think of what happened in Panama in the late 90s with Noriega, that was taken to Miami, tried in Miami, and then kept in jail in Florida on charges of also drug trafficking. So it's unclear now. I mean, there was fear first that there would be a full-scale U.S. invasion into Venezuela. That did not happen. What we see so far was the removal of the figure of Nicolás Maduro, and it's totally unclear what's going to happen. This is something that we'll have to follow closely. I'll be following that closely here in the region, because it's not a small country with an easy scenario, you know. I mean, they have a strong opposition, but also they have many supporters of President Maduro. It's not going to be easy to effect regime change. It has never been. I mean, we don't remember of one case of attempt of regime change that has actually been successful in the short term, or even the long term for that matter. So just to wrap it up, it's really unclear what's going to happen. The United States just removed Maduro so far. That's what we have seen happening. So now we have to see how the external forces, in the case the United States mainly, but also other countries that may want to influence that somehow, be it via politics. So you have to see how these external forces, the United States and other countries, will act. But importantly, how the internal forces of Venezuela will behave at this moment. Again, it's a big country, very complex, different groups, militias and opposition and middle class and poorer people, how all these groups will now deal with the absence of the figure of Nicolás Maduro, of the then towering figure of the Nicolás Maduro, is one of the things for us to be paying a lot of attention and bringing all the information back to you.
Now, one last question. If we compare Trump's first term and the second term, what adjustments did you notice that he made in terms of Latin America policy, and how have these changes affected U.S.-Venezuela relations and the development of the situation?
Well, look, it seems that on the second term, Trump did come in power to take his agenda, and even the more controversial elements of it. I mean, you know, we had been following this build up around Venezuela for some months actually, and there was always this talk. I mean, is this just tension and trying to bluff, or is actually going to be some kind of military action in Venezuela? For some weeks, it seemed that it was just about to happen. And then when Maduro said that he would be willing to talk, even though he did not say much, there was also some hope that maybe this would be diffused. And then in the end, it did happen. So I think that if we compare the first term of President Trump with the second term of President Trump, is the fact that he did come with much more power behind me. I mean, in the first term of Trump, you remember, there was even the issue that he did not win in the popular vote. He did win in the electoral college in the United States, but he did not win the popular vote. He was risking going to jail. Many of his allies went to jail. So for 4 years during Biden, there was kind of an impression that the Trump era had been left behind. But then by the end of Biden's government, we saw again Trump empowering and getting his popularity back. And when he won, it was really a big win for him. After all the attacks on him, he ended up managing to get back into the White House. So the impression we have in Latin America is that did empower President Trump and allowed him, as it's been allowing, to go into the more radical elements of his agenda. We've seen, and all the world has felt the impact of the tariffs. In the case of Brazil, imposing 50% tariffs clearly to try and influence a internal politics issue that had to do with the prison and the sentencing of President Jair Bolsonaro. So of course it was not a military aggression at that time, but it was also a clear aggression using the economy to try and influence internal politics. What we see in Venezuela with other means is also relates to that. I mean, a military aggression, an actual armed action to influence internal politics and to define who's going to be the leader of that country.
Certainly, we're going to continue to monitor the situation in the following couple of days. Paulo Cabral, thank you once again so much. Our reporter, Paulo Cabral in São Paulo, Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, you're now watching the CGTN live coverage. We're bringing to you the latest on U.S.-Venezuela tensions. Just to recap, earlier we learned that the U.S. Said that the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are aboard a U.S. warship and will face prosecution in New York. According to U.S. President Donald Trump, they've been captured and flown out of Venezuela. The announcement follows the U.S. confirmation of large-scale strikes against targets in the country. Trump announced on his Truth Social post that there will be a press conference on the capture at 11 a.m. local time at Mar-a-Lago Resort in Florida. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Maduro and his wife were charged in a New York District Court, and they are to face charges after U.S. indictment. In response, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez has demanded proof of life for both the president and his wife. The U.S. Embassy in Venezuela has issued a warning advising its citizens to avoid traveling to Venezuela. The U.S. strikes, which lasted about an hour, targeted critical areas, including the capital, Caracas, and some key sites hit, including the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports in Venezuela. And shortly after the strikes, the President Maduro declared a state of emergency, calling on the people to mobilize and defeat what he termed imperialist aggression. Venezuela has condemned the attacks, calling them an act of U.S. aggression against its territory and its population, affecting civilian and military areas in Caracas and states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. Venezuelan Foreign Minister Ivan Gil said the country needs proof of life for the president. It said the U.S. and President Donald Trump must take responsibility for the physical safety of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores and immediately return them. And here are also some responses. China's foreign ministry moments ago says China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the U.S. blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. According to China's foreign ministry, such hegemonic acts of the U.S. seriously violates the international law and Venezuela's sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it, and it calls on the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. And also, the UN Secretary General also said he's deeply alarmed by the recent escalation in Venezuela, culminating with today's United States military action in the country, which has potential worrying implications for the region. The Secretary General calls on all actors in Venezuela to engage in inclusive dialogue in full respect of human rights and the rule of law. You're now watching the live coverage bringing to you by CGTN. We'll keep you updated. More details straight ahead. Stay with us.
Begin with breaking news we're following for you on CGTN. The U.S. says Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in a New York court on several charges, including narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, and conspiracy to destructive devices against the U.S. This was the statement on Saturday by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. And this followed President Donald Trump's announcement of the capture of Maduro and his wife after large-scale strikes on Venezuela. Venezuelans have taken to the streets to protest the attacks by the United States. The Venezuelan government has accused the U.S. of attacking civilian and military installations in multiple states and rejected what it called imperialist aggression by Washington. Before Trump's announcement of Maduro's capture, the Venezuelan president had declared a national emergency. The U.S. strikes, which lasted about 1 hour, targeted critical areas including the capital, Caracas. Key sites hit included the Ministry of Defense, military airfields, and ports. For the latest on this, let's check in with our reporter Stephen Gibbs in Isla Margarita. Stephen, what is the latest in Venezuela? Do we have clarity on casualty numbers or the specific targets of those strikes by the U.S.?
No news as yet of any casualties, either civilian or military. In terms of the targets, it does seem to be a picture is emerging, and that is that the United States targeted military complexes that they thought might threaten this operation. So we saw evidence this morning in Caracas of damage to anti-aircraft missiles right in the center of the city. The biggest explosion, it appeared, was around an area called Fuerteventura in Caracas, in the capital. Now that is where the Ministry of Defense headquarters are.
It seems like we lost our reporter Stephen Gibbs there. We're trying to get him back on our program and talk to him later. Now, Venezuela has demanded that the United Nations Security Council hold an emergency meeting condemning what it called a brutal, unjustified, and unilateral armed aggression by the United States. The demand was made in a letter from Venezuela's permanent UN mission, which also urged the UN to issue a strong condemnation of the U.S. strikes, demand an immediate halt to all military attacks, and take measures to hold the U.S. government accountable. And now, our Wang Hao tells us more about the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, and his rise to power.
Nicolas Maduro was born in 1962 in a working-class neighborhood of Caracas. Before entering politics, he served as a student movement leader and as a trade union leader for the Caracas Metro Company. In 1998, Maduro worked as an aide during Hugo Chávez's first presidential campaign. Following Chávez's successful election, Maduro won a seat in the legislature. He rose to become president of the National Assembly and then foreign minister. In October 2012, after Chávez was re-elected president, he appointed Maduro as vice president. After the death of Chávez on March 15, 2013, Maduro became acting president. On April 14th of the same year, Maduro was narrowly elected president. During Maduro's administration, Venezuela has faced an economic war launched by Western countries, large-scale violent demonstrations organized by the opposition, and economic and financial sanctions imposed by the U.S., citing alleged human rights and democratic issues in Venezuela. In November 2025, Maduro held a phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump. Reports said in that call, Trump demanded Maduro resign and leave Venezuela, but Maduro refused. Wang Hao, CGTN.
Venezuela's labor minister Eduardo Piñate has reiterated the support conveyed by several countries for Venezuela.
Different dignified governments of the world, the presidents of Cuba, Iran, Turkey, Colombia, and various parties have already spoken out, especially social organizations in the world. The peoples have spoken out in solidarity. It is the call we make to the peoples to solidarity to defend the Venezuelan homeland. The peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean know that this is not an aggression against Venezuela. It is an aggression against all the peoples of this continent. From those who intend to continue hegemonizing the world, if we were in the 40s and 50s, we are in a new century, and this is the century of the peoples. And here we will defeat imperialism.
And we spoke to Tamir Porras, the managing director of the Global Sovereign Advisory and former Venezuelan Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. Let's hear his reaction as a Venezuelan citizen and a former diplomat.
I'm experiencing both outrage and I feel heartbroken also as a Venezuelan citizen to see my country bombed and attacked by a foreign military. I have just received, speaking to family members, news of one of them who had to assist people who were wounded in the streets. So again, however targeted the U.S. administration pretends this illegal attack on a peaceful country that hasn't unleashed any attack on the United States, whatever the opinion anyone may have about the Venezuelan government, it must be stated this is a blatant violation of international law and an attack by the most powerful army in the world of a Latin American country, something that is historic since Venezuela has never engaged in foreign war. Probably the only war known to the Venezuelan people was the War of Independence in the 19th century. So this is a very, very dramatic and violent event. Well, the reality is that this had been announced. It has been months since the United States decided that it needed to treat Venezuela through military force, something that, once again, international observers have struggled with, given that the justification put forward by the U.S. administration had to deal initially with drug trafficking, something that international experts know Venezuela is not a significant part of. Venezuela is a country of transit, as many others. It is in Latin America and neighboring Colombia, but it's not a hotspot for international drug trafficking. And then, you know, there were comments about Venezuela ripping the U.S. from its oil, something that is also very, very surprising and not very consistent. The reality is that there was a hunger from the U.S. administration. I have claimed in the past that it's probably the influence of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's from Cuban descent, who has been willing to set scores with many Venezuelan leftist governments, and in particular the government of, Latin American leftist governments and the government of Venezuela, since he reads Venezuela as being the enabler of the Cuban government, and you know, in this long-lasting effort from the Cuban exiles to basically remove the government in Cuba and government in Venezuela. So now that he is in the position of power, at least this first step was taken. But it's surprising, once again, that it targeted President Nicolas Maduro, whilst in Venezuela the power structure, the government, the institutions remain. Many spokespersons from the Ministry of Defense, the Vice President, the Attorney General have made public statements condemning, of course, but in a display of institutional continuity. So it is very illogical or unclear what the objectives, if just the removal of President Maduro. I suspect that this is not the end game, and that the situation will turn potentially very dangerous for Venezuela and for the region.
Our Stephen Gibbs is back with us on the phone. Stephen, it seems for now the Venezuelan government is holding. We've heard from their vice president. We've heard from other high-level officials. We've heard from their call for the United Nations Security Council to convene a meeting over what's happened to Venezuela. Would you say the government is still functioning as well as it possibly can without their president?
Yes, there's no sign really here on the ground in Venezuela that we've had a total regime change. What we have seen is an absolutely sort of spectacular and shocking removal of the president in a relatively brief military action. There were several explosions over the period of less than an hour, and during that, the place where President Maduro and his wife was obviously taken over by, it appears, U.S. Special Forces, and those two people were removed. Since then, yes, we've seen evidence of what the Venezuelan government has sort of long said, really, and that is that this government is not just about one man, it is a group of people, and some of the most senior people in the government have appeared on state television and said, you know, here we are still in control. Now, I wouldn't want to suggest that things are normal here. It appears all the airports have been taken over by the Venezuelan military, so there are no domestic flights. People are tending to stay in at home. The streets are extremely quiet. There's some evidence of people buying things in supermarkets and stocking up with petrol or gasoline and that sort of event. But no, for the time being, it would appear that the government that was in power before this remains in power. But we do have the leader of that government now out of the country and on the way, it appears, to face trial in the United States.
Stephen, from where you are right now, what are people telling you about their immediate concerns, their biggest fears over how the situation might develop next?
Most people are not talking a whole lot about this. There is a degree of concern and wanting to just see how this pans out before sharing a whole lot of opinions. But I think people are relieved that this seems to have been, for the time being, a sort of short, sharp attack. It's not a prolonged military assault. That's not what we're seeing. We don't see a whole lot of evidence in Caracas or other cities around Venezuela of a massive Venezuelan military presence. What we are seeing, as I say, is this sort of people taking it in and taking this extraordinary momentous event in. President Maduro, president of Venezuela since 2013, is now out of the country. He was just days ago making it pretty clear he was not a worried man. He was appearing in public, dancing in public, singing John Lennon's Imagine song. He seemed to be not concerned, but you know, the United States administration has made it pretty clear that when it said it thought that President Maduro was not long to remain in power in Venezuela, it meant that, and it's taken very serious action to bring that about. Controversy, of course, across the region, particularly in the left-leaning governments here. We've heard statements from Brazil, from Colombia, and many other countries saying that this is a bad precedent. You know, although the United States say they're enforcing the law, using force to do that is a dangerous precedent, the point of view of many of the governments in the region.
Let me also ask you, Stephen, about the government's reaction to this, their official stance and reaction to what has happened. You mentioned that government officials have been appearing on television. What are they telling the Venezuelan people?
I think there are two things. Their presence makes clear that this is a government that remains in power, and they are criticizing very seriously the attack. You know, they're saying this country has come under military attack, and the president has been. Some of the statements came in quite early when it wasn't quite clear what the president's whereabouts were. The vice president sent an audio message saying that she would like proof of life of both President Maduro and his wife. So really, there was a sort of stating what they knew at that stage, and now we're moving on a bit beyond that, and there's calls for meetings of the UN Security Council, etc. But I think the main message from the government at the moment is not things are at all normal, but there has not been what we would conventionally call a regime change. We still have the same government that was in power before this happened, remains in power.
Stephen, we appreciate your reporting this hour. Thank you so much. And let's also get the latest developments from the U.S. on this. Our Nick Hopper is live for us in Washington, D.C. Nick, really extraordinary developments that saw Nicolas Maduro taken by the United States. What do you have for us at this hour?
Yeah, extraordinary developments and all very fast moving. We are awaiting that Donald Trump press conference that should be starting in the next 15 minutes or so from his Florida residence of Mar-a-Lago. He is likely to be peppered with questions because there are plenty of answers that remain unanswered at this time. He has put out a statement on social media saying what happened. He's given a couple of brief interviews, but really, as Stephen mentioned there, that proof of life will be something that many people around the world want. Does Donald Trump have pictures or video to show Nicolas Maduro in US custody? That's something that he's likely to have to face during that press conference. He also said in a Fox News interview earlier that he spoke to Nicolas Maduro about a week ago, that the US waited 4 days to carry out this operation to get better weather. And he also said that Nicolas Maduro is now on a US warship heading to the United States. His Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has filed a new indictment against Nicolas Maduro and his wife. You may remember during the first Trump administration, back in March 2020, Nicolas Maduro was charged with multiple offenses.
And Gustavo Petro has called for the United Nations Security Council to convene immediately and has deployed troops to its border with Venezuela. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel condemned it as criminal U.S. attack against Venezuela and demanded an urgent response from the international community. Iran has called the U.S. attack a flagrant violation of Venezuela's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And Chile has expressed condemnation and called for a peaceful solution. Spain has called for a de-escalation, moderation, and respect for international law. China says it is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the United States' blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Beijing says such hegemonic acts of the U.S. seriously violate international law and Venezuela's sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it and calls on the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. The Chinese Foreign Ministry and the Chinese Embassy in Venezuela have advised Chinese citizens to temporarily refrain from traveling to the country. Russia has expressed a deep concern over what it calls an act of armed aggression against Venezuela committed by the United States. For the latest, Ardesha Chernyshova has this report from Moscow.
Well, we've seen statements coming from different Russian politicians as well as Russia's foreign ministry. And the foreign ministry said that indeed Moscow is expressing its solidarity with the people of Venezuela and supports its course of Bolivarian leadership. We also have heard Moscow condemning this attack as an act of military aggression by the United States against Venezuela, saying that is not just condemned, but it is also raising concerns about stability in Latin America, which according to Moscow has always been the area of peace. And Moscow says that the side have to refrain from further escalation of the tensions in that area. Moscow is also saying that the pretext, the excuses that have been used by the United States to launch this act of military aggression are completely inconsistent and unsubstantiated. And Moscow is saying that the UN Security Council has to convene as soon as possible to discuss what's happening there. We also hear in the Russian Foreign Ministry expressing concerns about the whereabouts of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, suggesting that they are demanding immediate clarity on this situation. In Moscow, there is strong condemnation to what has happened, but you have also to keep in mind that Moscow has been playing a very important role in its strategic partnership with Caracas, with the strategic partnership deal signed and ratified by the two countries in 2025. But analysts here are stressing that even though there is the military cooperation clause, that does not oblige Moscow to provide any sort of military assistance to Caracas immediately.
For more analysis, I'm now joined by Einar Tangen, Senior Fellow at the Center for International Governance Innovation. Einar, thanks so much for joining us this hour. My first question to you, what does the United States want from all of this as we wait to find out what will unfold in the next days and weeks? Does the capture of Maduro conclude the U.S. operation and the U.S. strikes against Venezuela?
Well, John Scheer, I'm afraid it doesn't. Donald Trump said in an interview with Fox News that the U.S. is going to be, quote, strongly involved in Venezuela, unquote, that somehow the oil in Venezuela belongs to the United States. It's more than likely that he is dreaming that somehow the lady who won the Nobel Prize for Peace is going to be installed. It's not clear that that's going to happen. But, why is this happening and why now? I mean, there's obviously a lot of preparations, but there's also a lot of things going on in Washington with the Epstein files. Donald Trump is not happy. And you start looking at America, the average consumer debt is $23,000 per person, man, woman, and child. Only 9% of Americans earn over $150,000. 67% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 46% of Americans aren't investing in retirement. 3% of Americans expect to be in debt over the next 1 to 5 years. Almost 60% of Americans don't have $1,000 saved for an emergency. Right now, while the domestic situation is basically wagging the dog in terms of what's happening, this is definitely a diversion by Donald Trump. It's illegal. It confirms that the U.S. has become, in essence, a rogue state.
President Trump authorized this military action without congressional approval. What are the key legal and political questions this raises domestically?
Well, in order to do, this is an act of war. This is nowhere else you can't put it in any other way. He went into another country with armed forces and forcibly took the president. I don't think you can say that that was just a walk in the park. Therefore, Congress has to be notified of it. He has a certain number of days in which he has to notify this act of war. Congress will have to vote on it, but at that point, it's moot. Anything they say is not going to reverse the fact that they have Maduro in custody and that he is being taken to New York, interestingly, supposedly by ship, that he was on an airplane before. It's not clear exactly why that would be the case, but politically, it's going to be very interesting to see how both parties treat this. I can expect that there's going to be a lot of consternation on both sides of the aisle for this kind of action. It is maybe in line with what he said in his defense policy, which was released a few weeks ago, that he feels it's in America's interest to take anything they want. Certainly going to have a lot of international repercussions. We get to see exactly how the American people are going to react to this. So far, since there weren't any body bags, or that's what he represented on Fox News, maybe they'll just say, oh, it all worked out. But I think international condemnation, and at a certain point, people being concerned about why this happened at this point, seeing political leverage.
Several countries in the region have already responded, with Colombia moving troops to its border and others calling for emergency international action. Honor, how could these developments affect stability in neighboring countries and across Latin America?
Well, there were a tremendous number of Venezuelans who left Venezuela because they did not like the Maduro government. Now there's a fear that many people who are loyal or part of the government try to also leave the country. This sets an unusually dangerous precedent, given what Donald Trump has said before, what I alluded to, his national defense policy, which says that South America, in essence, belongs to the United States. It's not just here. He's threatened the leaders of Colombia, also Panama, and made it very clear that you either do as he says or you could be subject to action. Now that he's actually done it, repeated this kind of banana republic idea, or not idea, actions, they're going to be very, very cautious. But you've seen condemnation from around the world, even allies, rather than saying that this was necessary and part of the bigger plan or somehow justified, saying that they're monitoring. Real concern about the U.S. continues to do this. What would stop them from saying, well, we don't like Modi buying oil from Russia. Therefore, we declare him to be a terrorist and we're going to go in and kidnap him, or from any other country. the United States doesn't like, saying that it has the right to interfere militarily. This is a complete breakdown. Everything that we have known since World War II, the idea of preventing world wars. Now we have a country that's dedicated to doing as it wants, the law of the jungle.
And now, what should we monitor going forward? What are the most significant spillover risks to monitor? Potential refugee movements, disruptions to trade and energy routes?
Absolutely. You'll expect a spike in oil. Obviously, a large amount of oil was being pushed out of Venezuela. This does affect China in the sense that China has been buying oil for them. They put $20 billion of loans many, many years ago in exchange for oil. This is going to affect them. The question is, will the U.S. go after Chinese licensed tankers, registered tankers, I'm sorry, and whether that will create even more tension in the world. The United States is acting unilaterally. That's quite clear. They did not notify any of their allies, and this is extremely dangerous precedent. Right now, people don't know what to think, other than Donald Trump may be desperate over the Epstein files.
Anna, we appreciate your analysis and, of course, your time. Thank you so much for joining us.